गणान्त्वा गणपतिगं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमम् ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पत आनशृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीदसादनम् प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती धीनामवित्रवतु गणेशाय नमः सरस्वत्यै नमः श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ॐ ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ सहना भवतु सहनो भुनक्तु सह वीर्यङ्करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ अथ पुरुषो हवै नारायणो कामयत प्रजा सृजेयेति नारायणात् प्राणो जायते मनः सर्वेन्द्रियाणि च कं वायुर्ज्योतिरापः पृथिवी विश्वस्य धारिणी नारायणात् ब्रह्मा जायते नारायणात् रुद्रो जायते नारायणात् इन्द्रो जायते नारायणात् प्रजापतयः प्रजायन्ते नारायणात् द्वादशादित्या रुद्रः वसवः सर्वाणि च छन्दागुंसि नारायणादेव समुत्पद्यन्ते नारायणे प्रवर्तन्ते नारायणे प्रलीयन्ते ॐ अथ नित्यो नारायणः ब्रह्मा नारायणः शिवश्च नारायणः शक्रश्च नारायणः द्यावा पृथिव्यौ च नारायणः कालश्च नारायणः दिशश्च नारायणः ऊर्ध्वश्च नारायणः अधश्च नारायणः अन्तर्बहिश्च नारायणः नारायण एवेदं सर्वं यत् भूतं यच्च भव्यम् निष्कलो निरञ्जनो निर्विकल्पो निराख्यातः शुद्धो देव एको नारायणः न द्वितीयोऽस्ति कश्चित् य एवं वेद स विष्णुरेव भवति स विष्णुरेव भवति ओमित्यग्रे व्याहरेत् नम इति पश्चात् नारायणायेत्युपरिष्टात् ओमित्येकाक्षरम् नम इति द्वे अक्षरे नारायणायेति पञ्चाक्षराणि एतद्वै नारायणस्याष्टाक्षरं पदम् यो हवै नारायणस्याष्टाक्षरं पदमध्येति अनपब्रुवः सर्वमायुरेति विन्दते प्राजापत्यगम्राय स्पोषन् गौपत्यम् ततो मृतत्वमश्नुते ततो मृतत्वमश्नुत इति य एवं वेद प्रत्यगानन्दं ब्रह्म पुरुषं प्रणवस्वरूपम् अकार उकार मकार इति तानेकधा समभरत्तदेतदोमिति य यमुक्त्वा मुच्यते योगी जन्म संसारबन्धनात्। ॐ नमो नारायणायेति मन्त्रोपासकः वैकुण्ठभुवनलोकं गमिष्यति। तदिदं परं पुण्डरीकं विज्ञानघनं तस्मात् तदिदावन्मात्रं ब्रह्मण्यो देवकी पुत्रो ब्रह्मण्यो मधुसूदनो सर्वभूतस्तमेकं नारायणः कारणरूपमकार परब्रह्मो एतत् सर्वशीरो योधीते प्रातरधीयानो रात्रिकृतं पापं नाशयति सायमधीयानो दिवसकृतं पापं नाशयति माद्यन्तिनमादित्याभिमुखो धीयानः पञ्चपातकोपपातकात् प्रमुच्यते सर्ववेदपारायण पुण्यं लभते नारायण सायुज्यमवाप्नोति नारायण सायुज्यमवाप्नोति य एवं वेद इत्युपनिषत्। ॐ सहना भवतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। ॐ हिरण्यवर्णां हरिणीं सुवर्णरजतस्रजां चन्द्रां हिरण्मयीं लक्ष्मी जातवेदो महावः तां महावः जातवेदो लक्ष्मीमणपगामिनीं यस्यां हिरण्यं विन्देयन्गामश्वं पुरुषाणहम् अश्वपूर्वां रथमध्यां हस्तिनादप्रबोधिनीं श्रियं देवीमुपावये श्रीर्महादेवी जुषतां कांसोऽस्मितां हिरण्यप्राकारामार्द्रां ज्वलन्तीं तृप्तां तर्पयन्तीं पद्मे स्थितां पद्मवर्णान्तामिहोपावये श्रियं चन्द्रां प्रभासां यशसा ज्वलन्तीं श्रियं लोके देवजुषतामुदारां तां पद्मिनीं शरणमहं प्रपद्ये अलक्ष्मीर्मे नश्यतां त्वां ऋणे आदित्यवर्णे तपसोऽधिजातो वनस्पतिस्तव वृक्षोऽथ बिल्वः तस्य फलानि तपसानुदन्तमायान्तरायाश्च बाह्या अलक्ष्मीः उपैतु मां देवसखः कीर्तिश्च मलिना सह प्रादुर्भूतोऽस्मि राष्ट्रेऽस्मिन् कीर्तिवृद्धिं ददातु मे क्षुत्पिपासामलां ज्येष्ठामलक्ष्मीं नाशयाम्यहम् अभूतिमसमृद्धिं च सर्वान् निर्नुत मे गृहात् गन्धद्वारान्तुराधर्षां नित्यपुष्टां करीषिणीं ईश्वरीं सर्वभूतानां तामिहोपावये श्रियं मनसा कामाहुतिं वाचा सत्यमशीमहि पशूनां रूपमनस्य मयि श्रीश्रयतां यशः कर्दमेन प्रजा भूता मयि सम्भव कर्दमा श्रियं वासय मे कुले मातरं पद्ममालिनीम् अपसृजन्तु स्निग्धानि चिक्लीतव समे गृहे निशदेवी मातरं श्रियं वासय मे कुले आर्द्रां यः करिणीं यष्टिं पिङ्गलां पद्ममालिनीं चन्द्रां हिरण्मयीं लक्ष्मीं जातवेदो महावः आर्द्रां पुष्करिणीं पुष्टिं सुवर्णां हेममालिनीं सूर्यां हिरण्मयीं लक्ष्मीं जातवेदो महावः तां महावः जातवेदो लक्ष्मीमणपगामिनीं यस्यां हिरण्यं प्रभूतं गावो दास्योऽश्वान् विन्देयं पुरुषाणहम् महादेव्यै च विद्महे विष्णुपत्न्यै च धीमहि तन्नो लक्ष्मी प्रचोदयात्। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। ॐ स्वस्ति प्रजाभ्यः परिपालयन्तां न्यायेन मार्गेण महीमहीषाः वो ब्रह्मणेभ्यः शुभमस्तु नित्यम् समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
जय जय गिरिजा बाल गजानन
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 जय शिव शंकर पार्वती नंदन
शिव शंकर पार्वती नंदन
जय शिव शंकर पार्वती नंदन
शिव शंकर पार्वती नंदन
जय जय गिरिजा बाल गजानन
जय जय गिरिजा बाल गजानन
विघ्न विनाशक विजय गजानन
विघ्न विनाशक विमल गजानन
विघ्न विनाशक विजय गजानन
विघ्न विनाशक विजय गजानन
शरवण सेवित सुमुख गजानन
शरवण सेवित सुमुख गजानन
शरवण सेवित सुमुख गजानन
शरवण सेवित सुमुख गजानन
तव पद शरणं शरणं 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 गजानन
जय जय गिरिजा बाल गजानन
जय जय गिरिजा बाल गजानन
जय शिव शंकर पार्वती नंदन
शिव शंकर पार्वती नंदन
जय जय गिरिजा बाल गजानन
जय जय गिरिजा बाल गजानन
विघ्न विनाशक विजय गजानन
विघ्न विनाशक विजय गजानन
शरवण सेवित सुमुख गजानन
शरवण सेवित सुमुख गजानन
तव पद शरणं शरणं 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 गजानन
जय जय गिरिजा बाल गजानन
गोविंद बोलो गोपाल बोलो
गोविंद बोलो गोपाल बोलो
गोविंद बोलो गोपाल बोलो
गोविंद बोलो गोपाल बोलो
राम राम बोलो हरि नाम बोलो
राम राम बोलो हरि नाम बोलो
अल्लाह साई यीशु नानक
साई यीशु नानक
अल्लाह साई यीशु नानक
साई यीशु नानक
जोराष्ट्र महावीर बुद्ध नाम बोलो
राष्ट्रवीर बुद्ध नाम बोलो
जोराष्ट्र महावीर बुद्ध नाम बोलो
राष्ट्रवीर बुद्ध नाम बोलो
गोविंद बोलो गोपाल बोलो
गोविंद बोलो गोपाल बोलो
ये नाम सारे हैं जीवन सहारे
नाम सारे जीवन सारे
ये नाम सारे हैं जीवन सहारे
नाम सारे जीवन सारे
परमानंद के ये खोलते हैं द्वारे परमानंद के ये खोलते हैं द्वारे जो नाम चाहो वो नाम बोलो जो नाम चाहो वो नाम बोलो प्रेम से बोलो भाव से बोलो प्रेम से बोलो भाव से बोलो गोविंद बोलो गोपाल बोलो
गोविंद बोलो गोपाल बोलो
राम राम बोलो हरि नाम बोलो
राम बोलो हरि नाम बोलो
अल्लाह साई यीशु नानक
साई यीशु नानक
जोराष्ट्र महावीर बुद्ध नाम बोलो
राष्ट्रवीर बुद्ध नाम बोलो
ये नाम सारे हैं जीवन सहारे
नाम सारे जीवन सारे
परमानंद के ये खोलते हैं द्वारे जो नाम चाहो वो नाम बोलो प्रेम से बोलो भाव से बोलो प्रेम से बोलो भाव से बोलो गोविंद बोलो गोपाल बोलो
Bhagawan, take our love, let it flow to thee.
भगवान
Take our love, let it flow to thee.
Bhagawan, take our love, let it flow to thee.
Bhagawan, take our love, let it flow to thee.
Take our hands, let them do thy work constantly.
Take our hands, let them do thy work constantly.
Take our hands, let them do thy work constantly.
Take our hands, let them do thy work constantly.
Take our souls, let them merge in thy holy light.
Take our souls, let them merge in thy holy light.
Take our souls, let them merge in thy holy light.
Take our souls, let them merge in thy holy light.
Take our minds, make them pure, perfect in thy sight.
Take our minds, make them pure, perfect in thy sight.
Take our minds, make them pure, perfect in thy sight.
Take our minds, make them pure, perfect in thy sight.
May our thoughts born of thee, guided from above.
May our thoughts born of thee, guided from above.
May our thoughts born of thee, guided from above.
May our thoughts born of thee, guided from above.
Make our soul, Bhagawan, instruments of love.
Make us all, Bhagawan, instruments of love.
Make our soul, Bhagawan, instruments of love.
Make us all, Bhagawan, instruments of love.
Bhagawan, take our love, let it flow to thee.
Bhagawan, take our love, let it flow to thee.
Take our hands, let them do thy work constantly.
Take our hands, let them do thy work constantly.
Take our souls, let them merge in thy holy light.
Take our souls, let them merge in thy holy light.
Take our minds, make them pure, perfect in thy
Take
sight.
our minds, make them pure, perfect in thy sight.
Take our minds, make them pure, perfect in thy sight.
Take our minds, make them pure, perfect in thy sight.
May our thoughts born of thee, guided from above.
May our thoughts born of thee, guided from above.
Make our soul, Bhagawan, instruments of love.
Make us all, Bhagawan, instruments of love.
Make our soul, Bhagawan, instruments of love.
Make us all, Bhagawan, instruments of love.
Bhagawan, take our love, let it flow to thee.
Sai Mahadeva, Sathya Sai Mahadeva.
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 Paripurishwara he, Sai Baba Maheshwara he.
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 Sai Mahadeva, Sathya Sai Mahadeva.
Sai Mahadeva, Sathya Sai Mahadeva.
Nirupama Guna Sadara, साई नीरजदलनायना
निरुपम गुण सदना साई नीरजदलनायना
निरुपम गुण सदना साई नीरजदलनायना
निरुपम गुण सदना साई नीरजदलनायना
विभूति सुंदर है साई बाबा महेश्वर है
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 साई महादेवा सत्य साई महादेवा
साई महादेवा सत्य साई महादेवा
पुरीश्वर है साई बाबा महेश्वर है
पुरीश्वर है साई बाबा महेश्वर है
साई महादेवा सत्य साई महादेवा
साई महादेवा सत्य साई महादेवा
निरुपम गुण सदना साई नीरजदलनायना
निरुपम गुण सदना साई नीरजदलनायना
विभूति सुंदर है साई बाबा महेश्वर है
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 महादेवा
सत्य साई महादेवा
तुम हो राम तुम हो श्याम
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 भक्तों के प्राण भगवान साई राम
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 सीताराम राधे श्याम
राधे श्याम
सीताराम राधे श्याम
सीताराम राधे श्याम
एक प्रभु भगवान साई राम
एक प्रभु भगवान साई राम
एक प्रभु भगवान साई राम।
एक प्रभु भगवान साई राम।
भक्तों के प्राण 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 भगवान साई राम।
तुम हो राम तुम हो श्याम।
तुम हो राम तुम हो श्याम।
भक्तों के प्राण भगवान साई राम।
भक्तों के प्राण भगवान साई राम।
सीताराम राधे श्याम।
सीताराम राधे श्याम।
एक प्रभु भगवान साई राम।
एक प्रभु भगवान साई राम।
भक्तों के प्राण 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 भगवान साई राम।
तुम हो राम तुम हो श्याम।
रामचंद्र रघुवीरा रामचंद्र रणधीरा। रामचंद्र रघुवीरा रामचंद्र रणधीरा। रामचंद्र रघुवीरा रामचंद्र रणधीरा। रामचंद्र रघुवीरा रामचंद्र रणधीरा। रामचंद्र रघुनाथ रामचंद्र जगन्नाथ।
रामचंद्र रघुनाथ रामचंद्र जगन्नाथ।
रामचंद्र रघुनाथ रामचंद्र जगन्नाथ। रामचंद्र मम बंधो रामचंद्र दया सिंधु।
रामचंद्र मम बंधो रामचंद्र दय सिंधु।
रामचंद्र मम बंधो रामचंद्र दय सिंधु।
रामचंद्र मम बंधो रामचंद्र जय सिंधु।
रामचंद्र रघुवीरा रामचंद्र रणधीरा।
रामचंद्र रघुवीरा रामचंद्र रणधीरा।
रामचंद्र रघुनाथ रामचंद्र जगन्नाथ।
रामचंद्र जगन्नाथ।
रामचंद्र मम बंधो रामचंद्र दय सिंधु।
रामचंद्र मम बंधो रामचंद्र जय सिंधु।
रामचंद्र मम बंधो रामचंद्र दय सिंधु।
रामचंद्र मम बंधो रामचंद्र जय सिंधु।
रघुवीरा रणधीरा। रघुनाथ
Raghunatha Jagannatha
Raghurama Parantama
Raghurama Parandama
Mama Bando Jaya Sindhu
Mama Bandhu Jaya Sindhu
Raghuvira Ranathira
Raghuvira Ranadhira
Raghunatha Jagannatha
Raghunatha Jagannatha
Mama Bando Jaya Sindhu
Mama Bandhu Jaya Sindhu
Mama Bando Jaya Sindhu
Mama Bandhu Jaya Sindhu
Raghuvira Ranadhira
Raghuvira Ranadhira
Raghunatha Jagannatha
Raghunatha Jagannatha
Raghurama Parantama
Raghurama Paradama
Mama Bando Jaya Sindhu
Mama Bandhu Jaya Sindhu
Raghuvira Ranathira
Raghuvira Ranadhira
Raghunatha Jagannatha
Raghunatha Jagannatha
Mama Bando Jaya Sindhu
Mama Bandhu Jaya Sindhu
Mama Bando Jaya Sindhu
Mama Bandhu Jaya Sindhu
Ramachandra Raghuvira Ramachandra Ranadhira
Asato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityorma amritam gamaya. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Welcome to day 2 of the Sri Sathya Sai International Conference. I hope everyone is feeling well rested as we have a very busy schedule today. And to those of you who came today, I extend a warm welcome to all of you. My name is Anand Chundi. I am a young adult from the United States of America, from Florida. And I have the great privilege of being one of the MCs for today. Today's theme is, as is the second day of our conference, we are going to be commemorating the second letter of SAI, which is A, and it stands for adoration, right? And to me, ultimately, the A, it boils down to love. We know ultimately that Bhagawan is the embodiment of love, but we ourselves, we must also cultivate that love, as he's also many times mentioned that we are embodiments of love as well. And this means that we must recognize the divine in everything. Certainly, this is not an easy task, but today, through our workshops and speakers on our schedule, we'll be able to get some of the tools to have more adoration towards God. I just wanted to share some housekeeping items. So the first thing is please keep your cell phones on silent, just so we don't disturb any of our fellow delegates. Secondly, I would like to also mention that the dining hall is located on the first floor, straight ahead as you exit this venue. The medical team, or the medical desk, is also on that first floor right in front of the dining hall, as well as the help desk. The bathrooms are located on the first and second floor as you exit to the left. Furthermore, yesterday we were a bit tight for time, so I kindly would like to emphasize to all the speakers just to try and stick as best as you can to the allotted time so that we can try and remain on schedule as much as possible. We'll have a countdown timer on the screens here, and we kindly ask just to stick to the time as much as you can so everyone just has an equal chance to offer. And lastly, it was mentioned yesterday, I wanted to reiterate just how thankful we are to our hosts here in Kenya. I think I speak for everyone when I say this venue is truly exquisite, and we have Mr. Sambashivarao Garu, his family, his entire team here in Kenya to thank for all these arrangements. So I'd like to thank them for that. And without further delay, I'd ask Sister Karina to come up on stage to introduce our opening speaker. Sarah.
Sairam, Brother Anam, for introducing me. Well, I'm more than happy to introduce you our brother Vishnu Mutli. He is from South Africa and presently serves in the position of Central Coordinator Region 92, Zone 9, which comprises the countries of Zimbabwe, Madagascar, Botswana, Mauritius, and South Africa. He is a magistrate by profession, and he was called by Swami at the age of 10. And he has been in Swami's organization for 43 years. He has held various positions in the organization, such as Central Chairperson, Trustee, and National Council President. Among many, his highlights are his participation in the very first youth rally in Prashanti Nilajan in 1983, and his participation in the first youth conference held in Prashanti Nilajan in 1997. In addition to his service in the organization, he served his community in various ways. So please welcome our brother Vishnu.
Thank you, Sister Karina. Offering my most loving and prayerful pranams at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Master, Bhagawan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Dearest elders, sisters and brothers, I offer you all my loving sairams this morning and wish you a very happy Saturday. The chosen date was June 1968, and in response to the intense yearning, hunger, thirst for spiritual appeasement by his devotees, Bhagawan Sri Sathya Sai Baba, in his infinite grace, mercy, and compassion for his devotees, heeded the call and set foot on this very land that we call Africa, this hallowed piece of land. Today, some 56 years on, Swami has himself this time lovingly extended an invitation to all of us here today, and we have responded in such great numbers and with such love in our hearts to his invitation. To this all-significant and important conference, the first time on African soil, the Sri Sathya Sai International Organization International Conference. We offer our heartfelt gratitude to Bhagawan for making this possible and making it possible for all of us to be here today to collectively offer our love at his divine lotus feet. Yesterday was an inspiring, motivating day, hearing all the beautiful and soul-stirring accounts of service activities carried out across the globe in Swami's divine name. Today, we move on to the second phase of this conference, that being the theme of adoration, understood by all of us as meaning love for God. Swami has succinctly stated the best way to love God is to love all and serve all. And it is within the context of this mandate from Swami that the countries of Region 92 and Zone 9, beg your pardon, continue to thrive, focusing on activities of seva in ideal healthcare, Go Green initiatives, and various other seva activities, thereby putting their love for Swami into daily practice. Yesterday, Dr. Reddy referred to the WWW, which translates into work, worship, and wisdom. Today, we embark on worshipping Bhagawan by sharing accounts of activities and stories of adoration, which will lead us to illumination, which is the theme for tomorrow's program. Brother Arvind so lovingly mentioned that Africa is the continent of delight. So we warmly welcome each and every one of you to this continent of delight to enjoy this beautiful and inspiring program, which has been so lovingly planned by the devotees of Africa under the astute leadership of our zone chair, Brother Sambasiva Rao. During Swami's visit to Africa in 1968, he said, "I've come to light the lamp of love in your hearts." This is the very purpose of our attendance at this conference today, to inspire the love for God in each and every heart, not only with the delegates, but every person on this continent. So when you leave here, sisters and brothers, on Monday, you will leave here more enamored, more emboldened, and more inspired with a greater sense of adoration for Swami and more love in your hearts for Swami. And in this way, have an enduring and lasting sense of total illumination and inspiration. On behalf of the devotees of Zone 9, I lovingly once again extend a very warm welcome, a warm Sai and African welcome to each and every one of you. Enjoy the day's program. Jai Sai Ram.
Sairam. Thank you to Brother Vishnu for those beautiful words. Indeed, Africa is the continent of delights, and we now ask for Swami to bless us all with his divine discourse. So.
భగవంతుడు కూడా వస్తాడు కానీ భగవంతుడికి ఏ రూపమని
God may come in any form. How do you decide? How do you know he is God?
కనుకనే సర్వరూప నమస్కారం కేశవం ప్రతిగచ్చతే అన్నారు.
Therefore, whosoever you salute, it goes to God.
ఎవరికి నీవు నమస్కారం చేసినా కేశవులకే పోయినాయి.
Whosoever you offer your respects, it goes to God.
అదే విధంగానే సర్వజీవనం తిరస్కారం కేశవం ప్రతిగచ్చతే. ఎవరిని నీవు తిరస్కరించినా అది కూడా నువ్వు దైవానికే చెందుతుంది.
Whosoever you reject or deny, it amounts to denial of the divinity.
అనగా ఏమిటి? సర్వభూతముల యందు కూడా భగవంతుడు ఉన్నాడు.
It means God is present in all beings.
సర్వ రూపములు కూడా భగవంతుని స్వరూపములే.
And all forms are his.
దైవం మానుష రూపేణ.
God comes in human form.
ఈ సత్యాన్ని మొట్టమొదట మనం గుర్తించాలి.
We have to know this truth first.
భగవంతుడు విశ్వ విరాట స్వరూపుడు అన్నారు.
God is a cosmic form.
అంటే ఏమి? ఇదంతా ఈ తలలన్నీ భగవంతుని తలలే.
All these heads are divine.
సహస్రశీర్ష పురుష సహస్రాక్ష సహస్రపాత్.
All these heads are his. All hands are his. All feet are his.
అన్ని నేత్రములు అన్ని క్షేత్రములు అన్ని శిరస్సులు అతనివే.
All eyes and heads are his.
తంది కానిక్కడది ఏదుంది?
What is there that does not belong to him?
కనుక భగవంతుడు అంత విశ్వాసం గాఢమైనటువంటిది పెట్టుకోవాలి, కానీ ఒకరు ఇచ్చేది కానీ పుచ్చుకునేది కానీ కాదు ఇది.
We should have such a strong faith. It cannot be gifted nor received.
కానీ మాకు ఆ faith ని ఇవ్వండి అంటారు కొంతమంది.
We pray, Swami, give us or grant us that faith.
వడ్డీ వ్యాపారం అది ఇచ్చి పుచ్చుకోవడానికి.
It is not any business transaction where something is given and returned.
నువ్వే పెంచుకోవాలి దాన్ని.
You have to develop yourself.
నీ ఆకలికి నువ్వే తినాలి కదా.
You have to eat to satisfy your hunger.
నీ రోగానికి నీవే ఔషధం సేవించాలి కదా.
You have to take medicine for your disease.
అదే నీ ప్రేమతో నీవు దాన్ని పెంచుకో.
Therefore, with love, you develop your faith.
ఈ ప్రేమ ఒకటి గిఫ్ట్ అనేటువంటిది కాదు ఇది.
Love is not a gift.
కానీ ఆ ప్రేమను పెంచుకున్నప్పుడు అదే పెద్దదైపోతుంది.
When once you start developing it, it grows automatically.
చిన్న మొక్కను నాటి దానికి నీరు పోసి ఎరువు వేస్తుంటే ఆ మొక్కనే వృక్షంగా మారిపోతుంది.
If you plant a small sapling over there, water and manure it, it grows into a gigantic tree.
కనుకనే నిత్యము దానికి ప్రేమ అనేటువంటి వాటర్ వేయాలి.
You have to water every day with the water of love.
విశ్వాసము అనే ఎరువు వేయాలి.
And you have to manure of faith.
అప్పుడే మొక్క చెట్టుగా రూపొందుతుంది.
And the plant grows into a tree.
అంతేగాని మొక్క చెట్టు కావాలని దిన్నము దాన్ని తీరుతుంటే తిరిగిపోతుంది చెట్టు.
But you cannot pull it every day expecting it to grow into a tree.
కనుక ఇది ఒకరి చేతి జరిగేటువంటిది కాదు. ఎవరికి వారే పెంచుకోవాలి.
Each one has to work for one's own self.
తన యందు ప్రేమ ఉంది.
There's love within.
తన యందు విశ్వాసం ఉంది.
There's faith within.
కానీ ఆ విశ్వాసాన్ని దైవం వైపు మరల్చాలి.
But you have to direct the faith towards God.
Work will be transformed into worship.
Then work will be transformed into worship.
ఏది నువ్వు చేసినప్పటికీ ఇది భగవంతుని పనిగా చేసుకోవాలి.
Whatever work you may do, consider it divine.
ఏ రూపాన్ని చూసినా ఇది భగవంతుని యొక్క రూపం అనుకోవాలి.
You may see any form, it's God form only.
భగవంతునికి ఎన్నో రూపములు ఉంటున్నాయి.
God has so many forms.
అందులో ఇది కూడా ఒక రూపమే.
This is one such.
కానీ ఒక్క రూపాన్ని మాత్రము శాశ్వతంగా హృదయంలో స్థిరం చేసుకోవాలి.
But you should make one form permanent.
అదే సర్వరూపములు కూడా నిరూపిస్తుంది.
The very form that you imprint in your heart will take many other forms in turn.
కనుక దైవాన్ని ప్రాచీన మహర్షులు ప్రాచీన వైదికులంతా కూడాను ఈ 4 విధమైన మార్గం లోపల ఆరాధన సల్పుతూ వారు తరిస్తూ పోయారు.
The ancient saints, seers, aspirants worked like this in order to attain liberation.
మన ప్రాచీనులు కేవలం మూర్ఖులు కాదు.
Our ancients are not fools.
వాళ్ళు పరిశీలన సల్పి ఆనందాన్ని అనుభవించి అందరికీ అందించిపోయారు.
They investigated, they explored, they did research and experienced.
కానీ ఈనాటి మూర్ఖులే చదువుకున్నటువంటి మూర్ఖులే ఇది కాదని వాదిస్తున్నారు.
Only modern educated fools criticize them.
కానీ దైవత్వాన్ని ఎవరు కూడా ఇట్టిది నిర్ణయించడానికి వీలు కాదు.
But none can define divinity in the specific way.
ఒకరు నీ దగ్గరికి వస్తారు.
A person comes to you.
దేవుడు అని నువ్వు అనుకుంటున్నావు.
You think of God and say so.
నీ ఎదుటి వ్యక్తి వస్తాడు, నీ ఫ్రెండ్.
Another friend comes.
నో గాడ్ అంటాడు.
He says, no God.
నీవంటావు గాడ్ ఇస్ దేర్.
You say God is there.
గాడ్ ఇస్ నోవేర్.
And God is nowhere.
అన్నప్పుడు నీవేమని అడగాలి? అంత పూర్ణ విశ్వాసం ఏముంటే.
If you have total faith, what should you say now?
ఒరే, నీ దేవుడు నీకు లేడని చెప్పడానికి నీకు అధికారం ఉంటుండాలి.
You have got every right to deny your God.
కానీ నా దేవుడు లేదంటానికి who are you?
Who are you to question my God? How can you deny my God?
కాబట్టి నా దేవుడు నాకున్నాడు.
I have my God.
అంత గాఢమైన విశ్వాసంతో ఉన్నప్పుడే ఈ జగత్తులో ఎంతైనా కూడా సాధించవచ్చు.
When once you have such a strong faith, you can achieve anything in this world.
ఎవరో ఏమి చెప్పినా కానీ దీన్ని విశ్వసించటము, అటు ఇటు తిరగటము, ఈ విధంగా ఉంటుంటే ఇది ప్రయోజనం ఉండదు.
You should not be carried away by all that is said by outsiders.
దానిని డిటర్మినేషన్, ఒక విధమైన పట్టుదల కావాలి.
You need determination.
అదే పూర్వం చెప్పాను, PPP.
That's why Bhagawan refers to 3 P's.
ఫస్ట్ ప్యూరిటీ.
First, purity.
రెండవది పేషెన్స్.
Second, patience.
మూడవది పర్సిస్టెన్స్.
Third one, perseverance.
ఈ మూడింటి ఎందుకు కూడా ఉండినప్పుడే మనం విజయాన్ని సాధించగలం.
When once you have all the 3, you will certainly win.
కనుక నీవు మొట్టమొదట పట్టుదలను నీవు సాధించాలి.
First, you should have determination.
దేనిపైన పట్టుదల?
On what is it you should be determined?
మంచి దీనిపైన పట్టుదల.
You should determine to accomplish good.
చెడ్డ దీనిపైన కాదు మంచి పట్టుదల.
Not bad.
చెడ్డ దీనిపైన పట్టుదల పడితే అది పట్టుదల అనరు, మూర్ఖత్వం అంటారు.
If you concentrate or determine on bad things, it is foolishness.
మంచి దీనిపైన పట్టుదల కావాలి.
You need determination which is good.
ప్రాణం పోని.
You may leave life.
ప్రహ్లాదుడు ఎలాంటి పరిస్థితుల్లో అయినా కూడా నారాయణ 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 అని వర్ణిస్తూ వచ్చాడు.
Prahlada chanted God's name in all circumstances and situations.
కానీ అతనికి భయమే లేదు.
But he was not afraid of anything.
కానీ తండ్రి విరోధంగా జరుగుతున్నది.
The father turned into an enemy.
తండ్రి అనేక హింసలు పెడుతున్నాడు.
The father had caused him suffering.
లెక్క చేయలేదు.
And he was not mindful.
విశ్వాసము.
He had full faith.
ఆ విశ్వాసమని అతను రక్షిస్తూ వచ్చేసి.
The very faith protected him.
కట్టగలబడికి తండ్రిని శిక్షిస్తూ వచ్చింది.
Ultimately, the father was punished.
కాన మనము దేని యందైనా కూడాను దైవ విషయం లోపల మాత్రం ఒక పట్టుదలతో మనం సాధిస్తూ రావాలి.
Therefore, in respect of God, in the spiritual path, we should have determination.
ఏదో బజార్లో పోయేటువంటి వాడంతా చెప్తే దాన్నంతా నమ్ముకోవటము.
We should not go by all that is said by those fellows who walk along the street.
ఏదో ఒక విధమైనటువంటి ఒక ఎల్లయ్య మల్లయ్య అని చెప్పినంటే దాన్నంతా మనం నమ్మటము.
We should not believe all that is said by Tom, Dick and Harry.
ఇలాంటి దీన్నంతా మనం అనుసరించకూడదు.
We should not follow that.
ఈనాడు చూడండి, దైవం అంటే ఎవరు నమ్మరు.
No one will believe God now.
ఈ పిచ్చి పిచ్చి నావల్స్ అంతా రాస్తుంటారు, దీన్ని నమ్ముతారు.
They read all mad novels, dirty novels.
ఈ అంతే కాదు, ఈ వారపత్రికలంతా నమ్ముతుంటాము.
They believe newspapers.
ఏదో ఊరు పిచ్చివాడు వచ్చేసి జ్యోతిష్యం అంటే దాన్నంతా నమ్ముతుంటాము.
Even an astrologer tells you something, you believe it.
ఇంకా కొంతమంది తయారవుతున్నారు ఇప్పుడు.
There are some of those fellows now.
సాయిబాబా మాకంతా శక్తినిచ్చాడని నామాదిని తల పెట్టుకోవటము, గౌను వేసుకోవటము, ఈ విధంగా కూడా కొంచెం నటన చేస్తూ వస్తున్నారు.
There are some useless fellows who take upon the form and grow the hair and put upon the dress like Baba. Foolish fellows, number one type.
సాయిబాబా ఇచ్చే శక్తులు కాదు, పుచ్చుకునే శక్తులు కాదు.
The power of Sai Baba cannot be given to anyone else nor received from anyone.
ఇలాంటి వాటినంతా కూడా నమ్మి అనేక మంది చాలా మోసపోతున్నారు.
Many people believe such things and are deceived and are betrayed.
ఇలాంటి దానికి పోకూడదు.
We should not go with these.
ఇది ఒక ఇచ్చేది పుచ్చుకునేటువంటిది కాదు.
It's never given nor accepted.
మీ యొక్క విశ్వాసంతో మీరు సాధించాలి.
You should achieve with faith.
కనుక నిజమైనటువంటి భక్తి ప్రపత్తులంటే తమ యొక్క విశ్వాసం ఒకే మానసిగా ఒకే రీతిగా అంత్యం వరకు సాధిస్తూ రావాలి.
So true faith requires you to have one pointed attention, the principle of unity.
అది నిజమైనటువంటి స్థిర భక్తి, అనన్య భక్తి.
That is the stable devotion, the devotion that's steady.
అప్పుడే చలించని మనసు, భ్రమించని దృష్టి మనలో ఏర్పడుతుంది.
Then only you will have that unwavering mind and steady concentrated attention.
దైవ విషయంలో చాలా అవసరం.
It is very essential in respect of God's.
దైవం ఎన్నో బాధలు పెడుతుంటాడు.
God will put you to suffering.
దైవం పెట్టడం కాదు, అది నువ్వు భావిస్తున్నావు.
But God will never put you to suffering. You think so.
దైవం ఏది అనుగ్రహించడు.
God will never do anything.
అన్నిటికీ సాక్షిభూతుడై ఉంటుంటాడు.
God is only a witness.
నీ కర్మలే నీకు కష్టములుగా రూపొందుతున్నాయి.
Only your actions will give you suffering.
కనుక దానికి కూడా నువ్వు ఏమాత్రం కూడా నువ్వు జంకగా కుంకగా దాటుకొని పోవాలి.
You should not be depressed or frustrated. You should resist.
ఏదొచ్చినా నా మంచి కోసమే. It is good for me.
Anything that happens is good for me. You should think so.
అన్ని నా మంచి కోసమే, నా మంచి కోసమే దాచాలి.
Whatever may happen, everything should be good for me. You should feel so.
ఆ విధమైనటువంటి గాఢ విశ్వాసంతో ఉన్నప్పుడే మనం అన్నిటినీ సాధిస్తాం.
If you have total faith, you can achieve anything in this world.
ఇక్కడ అక్కడ ఊరికి తిరిగి కాలమును కర్మను కార్యను వ్యర్థం చేసుకోవటం, కట్టగడపటికి ధనాన్ని కూడా వ్యర్థం చేసుకోవటం.
If you go on moving hither and thither, you'll be wasting your energy, you'll be wasting your time, you'll be wasting your money and the body.
కనుక ఒకే భావంతోనే మనము దైవాన్ని సాధిస్తూ రావాలి.
You should have single pointed attention, unwavering faith.
సాయి ప్రబోధ ఒక్కటే, భజనలు భజనలు భజనలు.
Sai's teaching is only one, bhajan singing in his glory.
భగవత్ నామస్మరణ చేస్తే చాలు.
To sing the glory of God.
ప్రేమతో చెయ్యాలి.
Sing his glory with love.
ఆ ప్రేమతో చేస్తే ఎక్కడ ఉన్నట్టు నువ్వు దాన్ని సాధించగలవు.
If you sing his glory with love, you can.
Thank you, Bhagawan, for those beautiful words. As Swami said, we must each work to better ourselves on our spiritual journeys. We should all have that one-pointedness faith. We shouldn't listen to, as he mentioned, these Tom, Dick, and Harrys, and we must be sure to have the purity, patience, perseverance. One thing that touched me was the example he gave of the tree sapling to not pull. And speaking of trees, our next speaker has dedicated much of his professional and personal life to helping improve our environment. He is none other than Dr. Anupam Ganguly. Dr. Ganguly holds a bachelor's degree from the Indian Institute of Technology in Kharagpur, India. He holds a master's from the University of Windsor in Canada and a PhD from Northwestern University in the USA. He is a retired environmental professional. He served for over 30 years in air quality management and engineering research and development. His professional career includes serving as a senior executive in local government in Southern California and as a research engineer in engineering research and development. He has received several commendations from government and trade organizations. Dr. Ganguly also taught a multidisciplinary course on climate change at the University of California, Los Angeles. Dr. Ganguly first learned about Bhagawan 50 years ago when he received a communication from Swami. He is dedicated to the divine mission and currently serves as director of the Sri Sathya Sai World Foundation. He's also the chairman of the International Media Committee and a director of the Sathya Sai Society of America. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Ganguly.
Sarvarupadharam Shantam Sarvanamadharam Shivam Satchidanandarupam Advaitam Sattam Shivam Sundaram. All his forms are embodiments of peace. All his names are auspicious. The non-dual absolute is being, awareness, bliss. He manifests truth, auspiciousness, and beauty. I offer my humble pranams at the divine lotus feet of Bhagawan Sri Sathya Sai Baba, the all-in-one, the one-in-all, the all-in-all, and the one beyond all. Honored guests, brothers and sisters, Jumbo, good morning, Suprabhat. Loving Sairams to each and every one of you. Sairam. Today I'm going to talk about the grandeur and glory of Bhagavan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. I cannot help but think how lucky we are and how grateful we are for being contemporaries of the Avatar. The Absolute One, the one beyond all form, all name, took a beautiful form, a loving form, and a sweet name to come within us. And he called each and every one of us. Swami has said, no one can serve me without me calling them. You are here at his invitation. Out of the 8.7 million species on earth, the humankind is the pinnacle. Out of that, we have 8 billion people on earth. A very small, tiny fraction knows about spirituality and looks for God. Out of those, you are in the group that knows Swami and that are following the path. Having said that, Swami gifted us many things in his lifetime as an avatar. If you look back in history, brothers and sisters, this has never been like this. In the times of Jesus, in the times of Buddha, Allah, Zoroaster, go back in history, he's the only one that started an organization to take his teachings forward so that we can practice, we can learn, we can follow the path, and we can reach him. Today, I'm going to focus on the organization that he gifted us, the one that he founded, he nurtured, established, and the one he still guides today in many ways and shapes. In a sense, I'm going to be talking about his work. Next slide, please. But if we do that, first we have to go back in history and see what he told us. Let's start back in 1947. This is a letter that I read over and over again, and I encourage every one of us to do the same. In that letter, he clearly enunciated 3 paths, 3 things that every devotee, nay, every human being should practice. 1, he said, I have a task to foster all mankind and ensure for all of them lives full of bliss, ananda, ananda, ananda. This is a hallmark of this organization. We bring happiness, we bring bliss to people. Swami always says, be happy, be happy, be happy. In fact, Dr. Reddy relates a story where he asked Baba, what can I do for you? He was expecting a big project. Swami told him, do this for me, be happy, be happy, be happy. Everything we do, we need to be happy within ourselves. That happiness is reflected in outside in others. Second, he said, I have a vow to lead all who have strayed away from the straight path again back into goodness and save them. So we love all, we serve all. We have no distinction, no differences. Third thing he said, I'm attached to work that I love, to remove the suffering of the poor and grant them what they lack. This is the basis of all the services that we do and all the work that we do to bring them back. Next slide, please. Furthermore, later on in 1968, on 17th May at the first World Conference of the Sai organizations, he enunciated, obeying my instructions is enough. It will benefit you more than the most rigorous asceticism. You don't need to stand on your head, do yoga or do penance or go to temples or do this or do that. Just follow his instructions. This, brothers and sisters, honored guests, is the most important thing we have to keep in mind, that we need to follow his instructions. Practice Satya, Dharma, Shanti, Prema, the human values. The 5 human values are dear to me. Resolve to keep those ideals before you ever, in all your thoughts, words, and deeds. The 5 human values form the basis for all we do. As I will talk about it a little later, even when we deal with the environment, we deal with education, we deal with service, we deal with any project we have, the 5 human values must be reflected within us and within the work. This can confer upon you, Swami said, the summum bonum of emergence in the supreme divinity. This is all is needed for us to reach him. And so, with that in mind, next slide, please. He even gave us an organization. Back in 1963, the first International Sai Center came up. The year that Kenya also achieved independence was the year that the SSSIO, the Sri Sathya Sai International Organization, the organization established by him that bears his sacred name, came into existence. People flocked from many countries to see Swami in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s. Of course, the numbers grew into hundreds, into thousands, tens of thousands. And we'll talk about that in a few seconds. But everyone came with something in mind. They wanted something from Swami. So the first step that most people came to him for was chamatkar. It's called miracles. Swami's miracles drew them. But they stayed for his love, for his divine love. They stayed, they inquired, they found out. Swami told them, go back to your country and set up Sai organizations in your country. So they went back. Baba says there are 4 steps to reach him. Chamatkar, Sanskar, Paropakar, Sakshatkar. Means the first step is miracles, second is transformation, the third step is selfless service, and the 4th step is emergence into him or self-realization. The goal of all these organizations that he established is self-realization. Realize that we are divine and reflect that in our thought, word, and deed. Second sub-goal is to help others do the same. And this is the basis for peace, prosperity, and everything good in the entire world, in the entire universe. So these people went back. His love attracted even more. They came, and such way the organization grew. Next one, please. Swami said, share my teachings with everyone. So the organization spread his message, shared his teachings, and did his work. They still continue doing his work across the globe. Next. So as the work grew, next slide, please. As the organization grew around the world from 1963 to present, next slide, please. It enveloped the entire globe. It spread across all the continents. Next slide, please. It started in zone 1. I will tell you about the zones. This sounds like code word. And this is actually not a code word. People think of what is a zone? Is it something like ozone, or we have heard of twilight zone? No, brothers and sisters, zones are the way the organization is divided into the entire world. This video should be running about now. There is a problem. There you go. So first came zone 1, which comprises of USA, Canada, the countries of West Indies, and Suriname in South America. Next came zone 2, 2A, 2B, South America, and then the countries of Central America. Zone 3, which were the countries of Australia, Fiji, New Zealand. Zone 4 was Southeast Asia. Zone 5 was Hong Kong. Zone 6 was Southern Europe. Zone 7, Northern Europe. Zone 8, countries of Russia and adjoining countries. And last, but the most important perhaps, Zone 9, which was Africa. And all these countries, the Sai centers grew and they prospered. And they came back to Swami. Swami guided them. He individually answered all their problems, told them what to do, what to adopt, what not to do. He gave them guidance. Next one, please. And so this inner transformation still goes on. It goes on in Sai centers and groups in all these countries, about 110 countries split into 10 zones. There are 13 committees that do work for the zones, for the Sai centers. The heart of the organization are the centers, are the devotees. These are the most important people in the organization. The officers, the leaders are servants. We serve the people. Swami set up 2 oversight groups, Prashanti Council for the administration of this entire organization in 2004, and the Sri Sathya Sai World Foundation in 2006. Both these groups still operate, and they're still helping with the organization. Next one, please. There are 13 committees, as I mentioned. Let me quickly touch on 4 important ones that you may find useful. The 4 committees are Media Committee, which I have the honor of chairing. Second one is Environmental Sustainability, chaired by Brother Ashok Sakrani from Zone 5. Third one is Public Outreach, chaired by Sister Alida Parks from Italy. And the 4th one is Education, which are co-chaired by Marianne Mayer from Denmark and George Bevadelis from Greece. Next one, please. The Media Committee's work is to share with you the works of Swami, the works of the organization, and his message and his teachings in different ways and forms. The 3 major outlets we have are satyasai.org, which is the major website, the Sathya Sai Universe, where all the work done by the centers around the world, around the zones, are represented. And the digital media, which is becoming more and more increasingly important today with our new technologies. In terms of things that you may find useful, Sathya Sai, the Eternal Companion, is a monthly magazine. We released the July issue yesterday. There are many issues, brothers and sisters, and you can sign up for them. They will come to you. They'll be emailed as soon as they're available. We have international bulletins and global Sai snapshots. The bulletins feature key projects, key works, achievements of this organization worldwide. And the YouTube channel is also extremely important. Next slide, please. So if you stay in touch with SSIO through these channels and activities, you may wish to visit any one of these, which are all on the first page of our website. We are on Facebook, we are on Instagram, YouTube, Telegram, WhatsApp, many channels. Next slide, please. In fact, this is a barcode that you can scan right now. If you have your phone with you, you can simply bring it up and scan this, and it will take you directly into our WhatsApp channel. And this new feature on WhatsApp channel is only available on the app. and you can get up-to-date information, up-to-date knowledge, and up-to-date announcements of upcoming programs and participate. Information leads to transformation, and without transformation, our work is incomplete. Next one, please. Let me switch into the environmental area a little bit. This is becoming increasingly important today because of all the problems we are facing. The entire world today is polluted, it's in turmoil, and we are being plagued by natural disasters. Swami says these are not natural disasters, these are man-made disasters. These are disasters because man has mistreated nature. We are not in communication with nature, we are out of harmony with nature. He says, environment, nature is a part of creation. Creation is a part of the creator. In fact, Vyakti, Samasti, Shrishti, and Parameshti is the order, he says. People are part of society. Society is part of nature. Nature is part of God. Unless we recognize that the divinity pervades all of these and treat each other with respect, with reverence, and with kindness and compassion, we cannot prosper. And this is the price we are paying today in terms of the hurricanes, the tornadoes, and all the other natural disasters, the health crisis we have. As Anand told you before, I spent most of my career in the environmental area, and I've seen the damage. I've seen how millions and millions of people die each year from environmental causes. To address the problem, the organization took some major steps. You can go to any one of these links. There is an environmental hub available on our website where you'll have a lot of information that is of use. One of the major initiatives we have is tree planting. But before we go to tree planting, next slide, please. Let me tell you that Swami told us that human values, practice of values, and putting a ceiling on desires are the two most important things we can have in dealing with the environment. In fact, this particular is one of my favorite quotes because we cannot say this any better than Swami. He said back in 1975, foster the tiny seed of love that clings to me and mine. Let it sprout and let it grow to the group around you and grow into love for all mankind. Spread out its branches over animals, birds, those that creep and crawl, and let that love enfold all things and all beings in the entire world. Proceed from less love to more love, narrow love to expanded love. This is the answer, brothers and sisters. Swami is saying this over and over again. Love, love, love. With love as the fundamental basis for us, we can resolve the environmental issue. We can be in harmony with the environment again. He's saying, I bless all of you and ask you to promote love, sympathy, and compassion toward all beings, not just to people, not just to mankind, all beings. And this includes trees, plants, nature. God is present in every one of them, and it is your duty to revere God in each one of them. Next slide, please. Let me quickly share with you a video which shows the tree planting that is going on around the world. Thank you. Next slide, please. Now let me address public outreach very quickly. Public outreach is a very important function, as Swami told us, that take my message to all corners of the world. So the public outreach group has 4 functions: public meetings, interfaith, walk for values, and community engagement. Next slide, please. Public meetings are going on all around the world, and Brother Leonardo is heading up some of the very important work in this area. Next slide, please. But I'll share with you something that we did recently. I had the opportunity to go to Peru with Dr. Reddy, and we addressed different groups on human values. In this particular picture, you will see myself, Dr. Reddy, sitting with translators up there talking to students. There were 2 groups we addressed, 400 each, and they listened with attention. In certain cases they were distracted, but we planted the seed of human values in their mind. Next slide, please. Then we had a public meeting in which we addressed a group of about 250 people, and the Indian ambassador to Peru was with us on that day. In this particular group, they told us you cannot talk about God or you cannot talk about Swami. The topic that was given to us was mental health through human values. So we told them about Swami's teachings and how it helps humanity. And they all were interested. They asked Dr. Reddy a lot of questions, and we both answered them. Next one, please. In the next slide, the Indian ambassador invited us to address a group of scientists and engineers. And here we talked about human values in the context of scientific development. Swami's teachings are applicable to all sectors of economies, communities, groups, irrespective of where they are or what they do. So we discussed how science and spirituality come together and how they meet. And let's go to the next slide. Next, go to the next one. Next one, please. Now we are running out of time, so I will address one last point before we close. The Education Committee is one of the more important committees we have. And in Sathya Sai Education, there are 28 institutes of Sathya Sai Education, 39 schools, and education in human values. A corpus fund has been set up by the Sri Sathya Sai World Foundation. And in that corpus fund, we invite participation because it is our duty, it is our goal, and it is our desire to keep the Sathya Sai schools functioning around the world. But they need our support. For only $350 to $500 per year, we can support a child's education completely around the world. There are 11 schools, such schools in Africa, and there are about a similar number in South America and the rest of the world. Many of these are located in deprived, underprivileged areas. So the World Foundation is one venue we can use to support these schools around the world. Let's go to the last slide. Next one. These are some pictures of schools from South America and Africa. Next one. And then let me close with these last comments. Swami says, follow the master, face the devil, fight to the end and finish the game. If we just follow his advice here, then we can reach the summum bonum of our existence. We can finish the game. So we pray to Swami, give us the strength, courage, and dedication to serve him and serve his organization till the very end. Samasta loka sukhino bhavantu. May all the worlds be happy. Jai Sai Ram.
Thank you so much, Uncle, for sharing those kind words on the origins of the SSSIO from its inception up until now. It's truly amazing to see just how far and wide God's message has spread. And indeed, you touched upon the environment because taking care of it is such a priority, given that at the moment we only have one world to live on, right? We haven't colonized any other planets yet, and I don't see that happening, so we must take care of the world that we do have. And in order for these messages on human values and the environment to spread, education is paramount. And our next speaker, he has played a huge role in helping educate the youth about human values in Sathya Sai schools all across Africa. Our next speaker is Brother George Basampem. He is the CEO of Atma Construction and Trading Company based in Accra, Ghana. He is a civil engineer by profession and also holds an MBA in finance and risk management from business school in Bern, Netherlands. Brother George became a devotee of Bhagawan in 1993. He had his first leadership role as a secretary in one of the Sai centers in Ghana. He later became the Seva organizer and now is the National Council president of Ghana. Brother George has traveled extensively throughout Ghana, serving the vulnerable, the orphans, widows, sick, mentally challenged, etc. He has given talks in schools, colleges, and local communities on seva and education on human values based on the teachings of Bhagawan. And Brother George has also served as international youth counselor. He's traveled to South Africa, Europe, India, and Brazil, giving wonderful lectures on seva and human values. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Brother George Basampem.
My humble pranams onto the lotus feet of Bhagawan Sathya Sai Baba, Chairman of SSSIO, Dr. Reddy, executive members of SSSIO, executive members of Sri Sathya Sai World Foundation and the Shanti Council, zone chairs, central coordinators, NCPs, devotees of SSSIO, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I deem it a great privilege to be called upon to highlight the marvelous achievements of Sathya Sai schools in Africa. Leaders from Zone 9 are transforming the African continent through the establishment of Sathya Sai schools in various communities across the African continent. It is said that when you want transformation for 1 year, you grow vegetables. When you want transformation for 10 years, you grow trees. But when you want a perpetual and everlasting transformation, you build up students. Here we are building up students holistically to be leaders in our communities and societies. The video you are about to watch shows how students of Sri Sathya Sai schools in Africa are performing in their various countries, and I strongly believe that these students are capable of transforming the entire planet in the near future. Students of Sathya Sai schools serve as role models to other students in their respective countries due to the human value-based education ingrained in them. Now, the world is deficient of moral values, and the only way to close this capability gap is to train students to be academically brilliant with strong moral standing. Kindly join me to watch this video.
While the education system is in dire straits, the African continent has delved deep into an alternative approach to education so that the nation can be saved from the ills of society. Africa has been gifted by the Lord Sri Sathya Sai Baba with Sri Sathya Sai pedagogy of integral education. Zone 9 has 9 Sathya Sai schools with plus-minus 876 learners across Africa, which are the reservoir on which the nation draws its resources for life, through which the unfolding of human values, truth, love, peace, right conduct, and non-violence. With that being said, we invite you to journey and celebrate the achievements of SSSIO across Africa. The extracurricular and co-curricular classes at the Sathya Sai School were held in mathematics, reading, arts and craft, drama, music, and learning of playing musical instruments and games. Study skills workshops were held at some of the Sathya Sai schools for grades 6 and 7, enhancing their self-confidence and methods of studying through the 5 Ds: dedication, discipline, devotion, discrimination, and determination. Parenting programs were held twice a term at some of the Sathya Sai schools. I quote Sri Sathya Sai Baba, 19th May 1962. Parenting is a game of life and is sacred as God is the referee and the coach. The goal of life is for the parents to raise the child through Swami's teachings, which are the rules of this game. The Sathya Sai School, Chatsworth, conducted Go Green initiatives and celebrated Environmental Day. Outreach programs were held to conscientize the communities at large in Africa on human values. Let us now go into the learners' reflections, which are the messages from students on their transformation that has taken place through the Sathya Sai education. I quote an African proverb, "Children are the reward of life, and the education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world."
Good day, everyone. My name is Bola Tifeakun. I'm here to talk on a good school named Sathya Sai School. Sathya Sai School is the best school I have ever attended. This is because it's disciplined and well organized with quality teachers. Finally, I love this school because they teach children 5 core human values to make them have good characters. Thank you.
Salam to you all our donors of SSSIO Uganda. I'm Matama James, a student at Maitum Senior Secondary School. I was one of the learners at this school, and according to the 5 human values taught in this school, they helped me to be what I am. I serve as a class counselor, secretary to the Student Council Community District, and I am a prefect of all students at that school, and I do love to thank for the good job you provide to us. May the good Lord reward you abundantly. I remain Matama today.
We now go into the educator's reflections, which exposes the impact of methodology of the Sathya Sai education in the classroom as well as their transformation.
So I'm Anthony Wanyama, and I'm a teacher at Sathya Sai School, Kisaju. I've come to love the school because I've come to realize that it's offering education for transformation, what I've come to know as educare, integrating human values at every step of the child. I have also come to love the school because of the 5 core tenets necessary for transformation. These are unity of faith, unity of diversity, the 3 HVs, the head, heart, and hand values, and the 5 human values.
Om Sri Sai Ram, nous offrons nos humbles pranams au pied de lotus de notre divin gourou, Bhagawan Sri Sathya Sai Baba, pour ses œuvres grandioses à travers Sri Sathya Sai International Organization, pour ses nombreux sévas pour notre région, pour le Bénin. C'est au nombre de ces sévas que les gens n'ont cessé d'en parler, fait partie de la distribution des vivres que nous avions organisé en 2020. C'était inoubliable. Les gens continuent de réclamer. Nous exhortons SSSIO de répéter ce SIVA pour l'Afrique. Om Sai Ram.
There are 2 types of education that we are offering: the worldly education and the spiritual aspect of it. That forms what is referred to as educare. That is not offered in any other school.
I am Christian Chike. I have been a staff of Sathya Sai School for over 5 years now. I joined the school in 2016. Our school, Sathya Sai School, here in Lagos, Nigeria, is built on the culture of love. Thank you.
Outreach programs in schools in Tanzania. Computer science are taught to students from grade 1 to 4. digital classrooms in collaboration with Smart School, we have come up with the audio-video education modules based on Nectar syllabus for all STEM subjects. SSSIO held an interzonal art and essay competition in which 5 schools participated. The theme of the competition was unity, love, and peace. Both storytelling and art was used as a technique for transformation. Amazing, powerful energies in the children had embraced the African and global communities through their creative powers. I quote an American proverb, "It takes a village to raise a child." The Sathya Sai School of Nigeria held its Sports Day, a day filled with various activities.
Yeah. Sairam, yeah, we have to support these children to fulfill their future dreams. Sairam, thank you.
Thank you, Brother George, for your words and service at the school with those wonderful students who are going to transform the world. Following on this amazing program and schools, we are going to share some great experience by Sathya Sai schools. Please give a warm welcome to these Sai servants. Teacher, Mr. Charles Kimani, Mrs. Caroline Parent, alumni Mr. Otieno Amsin Udor, and the student Miss Daylin Kelly.
Hey, Sairam, everybody. My name's Caroline Saboka. I'm a teacher from the Sathya Sai School, Uthiru. So I'm going to share the experiences on human values, how human values has benefited me and how it has benefited the school. where I work. So when I started teaching, when I started teaching, all I knew about teaching was to enable learners pass examination and have good qualifications for them to get employment in future. It was until I was introduced to the educare where I learned the 5 human values: truth, peace, right conduct, non-violence, and love. These values enabled me to get a new view and a meaningful aim of what education should be. I realized that education was to bring out from within the learners perfect character, human excellence. So I knew my task as a teacher was not only to make learners pass, but it was also to develop. Okay, thank you and welcome, the Honorable. You're welcome. So I'll carry on. So I was saying it was until I was introduced to educare that I realized that my task was not only to make pupils pass or acquire education, but to bring out human character, perfect excellence in them, so that in future they are people who are transformed and who make a better society. So I learned also that a teacher was supposed to be a lifelong student, so that they are able to develop every day to be a light to the students. Through educare, I learned the greatest test of effectiveness as a teacher was to be a constant example to the children. A teacher had to be a constant example to the children. They learn more from what they see than the regular lessons that we conduct in the classrooms. I had to develop the ability to harmonize my thoughts, words, and deeds. These are the 3 HVs: the head, the heart, and the hands. To think, to speak, and to act in righteousness. To make watch my watch, not the watch that you usually have on the hand, watch, so that I watch my words, I watch my actions, I watch my thoughts, I watch my character, and watch my heart, so that I am a good role model to the pupils. Human values are not taught, they are lived. Early last year, I met a teacher. She told me that she had been in 6 different schools. When I told her that I have been in Sathya Sai school for more than 15 years, she said that I must be getting a lot of money. I said, no, money will not give you happiness. It will not make you happy. Happiness must come from within. From that, I realized that I had a lesson to do to her. So I told her a story about a very rich king who was not happy. This king was not happy, so he instructed his servants to go around the kingdom and find the happiest man in the kingdom. To their surprise, the happiest man in the kingdom was a poor man. The king was so surprised after he learned this. The happiest man was a poor man. Now, from this story, when I told this lady about the story, I was able to bring out the value of peace and contentment, because not what we have will make us happy, but it's what comes from within that will bring happiness to us. So she was able to learn to be contented. And from that, she went back to her working place. Now she doesn't look for more money, but she's settled and finding joy in what she's doing. Because to be happy, we just have to find joy in whatever you are doing, like what you are doing. That way, we find joy and happiness in life. Now, most of the learners in Sathya Sai School Uthiru joined the school at a tender age of 5 and 6 years. There are also those that come later, after getting to know the school from the way the other older children behave in the neighborhood. In Sathya Sai School, human values apply in every activity. In the morning, we have the assembly where all assemble for devotional singing and prayers. after which the children go to their respective classes. The first lesson of the day is dedicated to direct method of teaching EHV, where we practice the 5 teaching techniques. We start by the silent sitting, the quotation, the storytelling, the group activities, and the group singing. These will enable the learners to have a smooth running throughout the day. Because of the silent sitting, will settle and calm their mind. It will clear their mind from off what they have been through the day or through the night from their homes, because our school is a day school. So after doing the silent sitting, they are able to settle and clear their mind, and they are able to learn properly. In other subjects, we also integrate human values. Like an example, if you have a question in math that a farmer had 10 cows, 10 were stolen, we don't allow negative words like those ones to enter our lessons. So a teacher will always reframe the question and say, instead of saying the word 10 were stolen, we'll reframe the lesson and say, a farmer had 10 cows, he gave 7 to his beloved son. Now here we bring in the value of love. We don't bring negative ideas or aspects in our lessons. Even human values are also integrated in extracurricular activities like sports and drama. The children in Sathya Sai School Uthiru clean their classes and do the cleaning of the compound on their own. The older ones assisting the younger ones to clean their classrooms. This develops the value of cleanliness and care for the environment. New teachers in Sathya Sai School Uthiru are taken through the interaction courses. This helps them to integrate values when they're teaching their lessons so that they don't bring in negative ideas in the classrooms. We also have a study circle where teachers bring the challenges they meet in the school and other challenges maybe that are coming from the children. Every Wednesday we meet at 3:10 to 4. At times it's even later, depending on whatever item we have to discuss, so that to ensure a smooth running in the school. Parents in Sathya Sai School Uthiru are also allowed a platform to discuss issues concerning their children's development and progress. This is through clinics and parents meeting. In a clinic, we have a meeting whereby the parent and the child meet the teacher. In case there's an issue which the parent feels that their child is not doing well, they are able to discuss the 3 of them. And during parents meeting, that's where we meet all the parents and we discuss issues about the school, and we also talk about human values so that we ensure that these parents are bringing up children of good character. Teachers in Sathya Sai schools are burning lamps that light up the children, having gotten this light from TAISE, the African Institute of Sathya Sai Education, SAISE, the South African Institute of Sathya Sai Education. Dr. Lalin, who came from South Africa and was giving us lessons on human values, and a continuous online classes that is given from South Africa from Dr. Derusha. We really appreciate. Not forgetting the Sathya Sai School Board of Management, who have allowed us a conducive environment for us to transform the learners and bring up better pupils of the society. Our reward as teachers in Sathya Sai School, we are very happy to see gentlemen and ladies of good character who are happy to give a testimony of how EHV helps them outside the school. Thank you, and Sairam.
I offer my humble pranams at the divine lotus feet of Bhagawan Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Our chief guest, the Governor of Machakos County, Honorable Wavinya Ndeti, Chairman Sri Sathya Sai International Organization, Dr. Reddy, Chairman Sri Sathya Sai World Foundation, Leonardo Guta, Zone 9 Chair. Thank you. Mr. P.V. Sambasiva Rao, honored guests, respected devotees, esteemed members of the Sri Sathya Sai International Organization, Sairam. My name is Austin Odur. I am an alumnus of Sathya Sai School Kisaju. First and foremost, before I read to you my speech, or what I consider as a speech, I want to be honest and frank with all of you. Today I woke up very early in the morning and stood by the bathroom window, as is usual for most of us when presenting speeches. A question popped up in my mind. Austin, you've been having experiences with Swami for the past 15 years. What's the best gift that you can give him? I pondered over this question for a very long while. I could not get the answer to it. But thanks to God, I'm so grateful to Swami. A speaker came here and just told me the best gift that you can give Swami right now is to be happy. Always be happy. So, of course, ladies and gentlemen, words cannot fully describe the experiences that I've had with Swami for the past 15 years since I joined Sri Sathya Sai Kisaju. It's been immense, rich experience. So, just to touch on specific details, I'll continue speaking on and on if I'm given the opportunity to speak about my life transforming experiences with Swami. But just give you an overview of what my experiences have been, I thought it wise to just present it in form of a speech so that I may give you the important details. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today, not to just present a speech, but to share with you my life transforming experiences as a Sai student. I am deeply overwhelmed with nostalgia when I try to recall my formative years at Sathya Sai School. I joined Sathya Sai School Kisaju approximately 15 years ago. I am so happy to see some of my teachers seated here. One of my teachers is Mr. Cheriot. He's seated right here when I was in class 2. I'm so much grateful, you sir, for making me into the man I am right now. I joined Sathya Sai School Kisaju as a young boy who barely spoke fluent English or Kiswahili. I came from a humble background which had limited opportunities and poor prospects for the future. But ladies and gentlemen, I just want to tell you the truth. Sathya Sai School Kisaju became a beacon of hope in the face of uncertain times. Thanks to the sponsorship provided by the Sri Sathya Sai organization, I received not just an education, but a holistic growth experience. The school instilled in us value-based education, with special emphasis on this quote that still resonates with me until today. Help ever, love all, serve all, help ever, hurt never. In a world full of animosity and cruelty, we were taught the importance of lighting candles of love and tasked with the responsibility of being agents of change in all facets of our lives. The school taught us the importance of giving back to the society through various initiatives like Grammar Saver. So, of course, ladies and gentlemen, what you are going to have on the final day, which is part of this conference of giving back to the society, has not begun today. That value was instilled in us when we were still young children at Sathya Sai School Kisaju. I received at this foundation that I received at Sathya Sai School Kisaju inspired me to engage in multiple volunteer community service activities, both in high school and university. And I just want to give you something about 4 months ago or something, about 4 months ago, Mr. Aravind called me. I was really surprised to receive a call from him. And then he asked me about the various community service activities that he participated in. I'm not sure if you can really remember that, but it really inspired me. The way he was talking passionately about giving back to the society, that prompted me to just shift the gear that I was having at that particular moment to another level. And through that, I've increased the intensity of giving back to the society through the words that Brother Aravind inspired me to with. I aspire to specialize in surgery once I complete my undergraduate studies. I think I did not inform you. I am a student at Maseno University, currently pursuing medicine and surgery. And so, So in the spirit of strong to serve, in the spirit of loving all and serving all, helping ever and hurting never, and also this quote from Swami that says that hands that serve are holier than lips that pray. We are in a particular, thank you so much, sir. We are in a particular time of the world where medicine has been encroached with people with intentions of just achieving monetary wants. So we have to instill change in this. So I aspire to specialize in surgery once I complete my undergraduate studies. This ambition is deeply rooted in the desire to give back to the society and serve humanity. I owe a significant part of my journey to the unwavering support of several individuals. First, I want to express my deepest gratitude to Swami for his boundless love and for the incredible opportunity to study at Sathya Sai School. The SSSIO has been a pillar of support throughout my educational journey. I would like to also extend my heartfelt thanks to Mr. PVS Rao, sir, who has been like a father to me. His selfless and unwavering support throughout high school and university has been very invaluable. Without his guidance and assistance, reaching this point would have been immensely challenging. As I stand here today, I am filled with a sense of gratitude and strong resolve to give back to the society in any way I can. The theme of this conference resonates deeply with me. Service is at the heart of what I strive to achieve throughout my education and future profession. I aim to serve those in need, bringing healing and hope. So in conclusion, I want to express my profound thanks to SSSIO and all the devotees seated here today. Your unwavering support, dedication to service and education has made a significant difference in my life and many others. Together, let us continue to serve, adore, and illuminate the path of future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
Sairam, the chairman, SSSIO, Her Excellency, the Governor of Machakos, Wavinya Deti, all protocols observed, distinguished delegates, brothers and sisters, good morning. My name is Charles Kimani, and I'm so glad to be here this morning. And before I say anything, I'd like to support what the teacher from Sathya Sai Baba has said. It's true, and it's for this reason. I have been a parent at Sathya Sai School Overo for the past 13 years. I have 3 children currently studying in the school, and one who went to the same school and now is in high school. 2 of them currently at the school are in PP2. So my dear friends, if you do your maths properly, you will see that by God's grace, I'll be in that school for some more years to come. You add to the 13 that have been there. My beautiful transformation journey for my kids started way back when I wanted to transfer my kid who was in another school. During that time, when I was looking for a good school, my childhood friend, who had 3 children at Sathya Sai School, recommended the school to me, a thing I have never regretted. For the teachers who are here today and who were there those days, I can, with a lot of pride, report to you that parent who introduced me to the school invited me to the graduation of his daughter from the university some 4 years back. Thank you so much, teachers, for the good work. In fact, teaching is a calling more than a profession. During her graduation ceremony, the people who spoke from the family, church, and friends All praised her for her good conduct, discipline, and love for God and people. She was a reflection and a mirror of the human values taught at Sathya Sai School, a good foundation that shaped her destiny. When I first entered the school compound, two things captured my attention. One was the very clean environment with very well-kept flower gardens. And the second was a placard with words written on them, God is love. Immediately, I knew I had found what I was looking for. As I was waiting for the teacher in the office, I saw the 5 human values taught in the school, which are love, peace, truth, right conduct, and non-violence. And that reminded me of the fruit of the Holy Spirit, which is in the Bible. That is peace, joy, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. This was to later point to me a picture of why many pupils from Sathya Sai School behave so differently while outside the school. So, you know what I did? I enrolled my kid in the school. And after that, I enrolled a second one. And after the second one, I enrolled a third one. And after the third one, I enrolled a fourth one. So my all children has gone through that school. There is a saying that the end of education is character. That is a saying of Sai Baba. Realize that at Sathya Sai, the whole process of learning is character by interacting with the people from the school, which has shaped destiny and given clarity to dreams. When my daughter joined high school, she was chosen as a prefect and a member of the Students' Council. She is in her school. Her school is called Moore Hills. It's in Governor Wavina's county in Machakos. And she's in Form 4 right now. When I inquired of the criteria they used to choose them in a school of more than 900 students, I was told the qualities they look for are discipline, good conduct, good grades, and ability to interact with others. This points to the values instilled in her while inside the Sai School. This was made possible by the regular collaborations between the teachers and parents through organized open forums and academic clinics, as the teacher has said. The school has done so much in building self-confidence in the pupils. When there was a medical camp at the school in the month of April, I witnessed pupils interacting with doctors who had come from different parts of the world and who were so friendly. If you meet them, say thank you to them so much. I was a very happy parent. Service to humanity is service to God. The school is not only a center of academic excellence, but also a blessing to the community aloud. During the COVID-19 period, the leadership of the school, with the help of the local administration, distributed foodstuffs to the residents of the area during the lockdown time. I personally, in my church, am involved in the welfare department. We do charity work. And I can tell you that we have not even reached a quarter of what you have done in reaching the people there. What gives satisfaction is when you go to take food to a person who has not eaten for days, and then you see the joy on the people's face. Then you realize there is a satisfaction in serving others. And Jesus said, truly, I say to you, as long as you have done this to one of the least of my brothers, you have done it to me. I have witnessed this service. I have witnessed this service by SSSIO, which brightens people's days and puts smiles on their faces. As a parent at Sathya Sai School, and on behalf of all the other parents, I want to say thank you so much. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Sayam, I'm actually shy. So all protocols observed. My name is Kili Dalin Amadalo. I'm an alumni from Sathya Sai Utiru. I'm 19 years old. I left the school in 2018. So I joined the school in 2016. So I've been there for like 3 years only. Yeah, and I joined a nice high school and I performed well. So currently I'm pursuing my dream course, Culinary Arts, at BIHC, that is Boma International Hospitality College. So when I first joined Sathya Sai, the reception was unique, unlike the schools I've been to. So as normal, we are going to do an interview. Like you're given tests to do, but in Sathya Sai that was not the case. So we're given the test, you do and you pass, and then after that, even before you know your mark, the teachers engage you in an aptitude test to like determine your reasoning and also how you relate to matters. So that was something unique that I've not seen in any other school, and I think all the teachers know that it's only in Sathya Sai. It's a Sathya Sai thing. Yeah. So yeah. So we are not taught only um, academic subjects, but we're also taught the 5 human values, that is love, peace, truth, uh, right conduct, and non-violence. My favorite is love, actually. So what truth has taught me? It has taught me the importance of honesty and integrity in a world where like lying and deceit is prone in this to gain a personal advantage. It's easy to lie and deceive other people. So truthfulness has set me apart. For instance, I am a leader in my school. I've been a leader in high school and also I've been a leader since I was born. I was born a leader. Yeah, I was born a leader. I was born to lead. Yeah. So currently, I'm a leader at Boma International Hospitality College. I lead my group, which is group number 3, my favorite number. So when I'm tasked to give an incidence of what is happening in my group, I'm going to choose to tell the truth and not save my colleague who is lying, because it's just going to, they're going to be punished either way, and I'm going to look foolish for lying. So, and also, it helps me build strong relationships with others and become a trusted friend people can rely on. The other thing is right conduct, and all of you can agree. As a campus student, it is very hard to do the right thing at the right time and in the right place. For instance, I'll give an example of when you're given assignments. Like yesterday, I was here, but I was in class, which is very wrong. I apologize to the teacher, but I had to be here. So we were given assignments. It's actually easy. Let me give an example of a report. I'm writing a report and I'm given like 2 weeks in advance to do the report. It's easier to use ChatGPT or to download someone's work and actually edit it out to be my thing. But what I just decide to do is use my own creativity and work with it. If I have challenges, I'll just decide to ask for help later. So another thing is peace. So peace has shown me to the way to cultivate inner tranquility and harmony. Like in Sathya Sai, we launch the EHV. In the morning, we do silent sitting. That is, we meditate. So meditating has helped me in my life. I actually do it every morning. I still do it. It helps me. So like I struggle with dealing with people when you're not doing the. I'm a perfectionist, but so if you're not doing the right thing, I actually get very agitated. So instead of responding with anger or frustration when people are doing that, I just calm down. I just say, calm down, Kili, Kili, Kili. Relax, relax. Yeah. So I relax and then I just approach it in a very calm situation. And that helps me as a leader to be able to be approachable to my peers. The next, my favorite, love, which is the cornerstone of everything we do at Sathya Sai. Because in a society where indifference and selfishness can prevail, in Sathya Sai, I have learned to show compassion and empathy through my words and actions. So I make an effort to support others, like help my peers when they are struggling with work. So I just willingly help. And lastly, on the values is non-violence. So I practice kindness and understanding. Like I do not deal with things in aggression and hostility. So in conclusion, the holistic education provided at Sathya Sai School, rooted in the 5 human values, has been instrumental in shaping my character. It is an education that goes beyond the classroom. It helps in instilling a sense of purpose with my sorry, I'll read that. It helps in instilling a sense of purpose and commitment. And in this, it brings a sense of unity. So I cannot feel like I have to fit in when I'm not supposed to do, and I don't do anything that does not fit my conscience. Another thing I can say is to the parents and to the teachers or anyone who's taking care of a child. I'll actually first commend my teachers because they're the ones who brought me here today. Yeah. So like, please teach the kids these things and the 5 human values when they are young, because they're gonna be helping them. And for something I know they're going to grow up into well-shaped and responsible people who understand that service to man is service to God. Thank you.
I don't think it can get more inspirational to see the impact that the education at the Sai School has had on these children and the parents and the teachers. Please, another round of applause for everyone who has shared their stories today. Good morning, dear brothers and sisters. It's good to see all of you again today. My name is Leela Prasad. I think most of you call me the AI guy. But today we're going to keep things a bit more real world. And I think I just want to start off by saying, you know, what a wonderful first day we all had yesterday. And if you strongly agree with me, please, can I get a loud Sairam? The speakers were inspiring, the singers were electrifying, and the food was delicious. But for me, the best part, the best experiences I had yesterday were conversations that I had with a number of you during the breaks, during lunch and dinner. And one particular conversation made me actually throw out what I wanted to say today, and I wanted to bring this up. I met a gentleman from Los Angeles, and we actually had not a discussion, I'd call it a debate. And the topic of debate was, has the world become a better place today than it was 10 years ago? It's a heavy topic, right? It's a very heavy topic, and it forces us to assess what has happened over the last 10 years and what we've experienced. And I just want to take this opportunity to maybe get some perspective from you as well. So again, like a professor, I'm going to ask you to again put your hands up and be a part of this. So if you think the world has actually become a better place over the last 10 years, please put up your hand. Okay? And if you think the world has gotten worse over the last 10 years, please put up your hand. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. I guess more need for the work that SSSIO does. And you know, there's some of you who didn't put up your hands, and I understand. You may be in the same boat as I am, that you're not sure, right? Because it's interesting. There are some things which I think the world has done better. Literacy rates have increased. Crime level has reduced in most parts of the world. But then on the flip side, you have global warming, which has displaced and killed millions of people and is becoming more and more a real problem that we're experiencing. And at the same time, you're having issues where nations, regions, within a religion, people are fighting and it's leading to war. So I have a small assignment, a request for all of you. Today, during your break, which we will have after we hear from the wonderful Governor, Ms. Wawinya Ndeti, during your tea break, during your lunch break, during dinner, when you're sitting next to somebody, please have this conversation. Ask them why they think the world is in a better place. Ask them why they think the world is better off today. Because one of the biggest issues we face, and it was highlighted by our speakers today, is we live in a world where communication is a problem. Because we are hearing, but we are not listening. And it's only when you listen, you will understand what the other person is trying to say. And that is when communication happens. And of all places in Kenya, we've seen over the last 1 week what happens when communication breaks down. In Kenya last week, we had protests which reached an all-time high. People lost their lives. A lot of people got injured. A lot of property was damaged. And all this because there was no clear line of communication. All this could have been avoided, not only in Kenya, but in various conflicts around the world. So let us start today, during your tea break, during your lunch break, and listen to what the other person, what their perspective is. And on this note, since I have brought this up, I would like everyone to please stand up for just a moment of silence to commemorate the people who have lost their lives last week in Kenya during the protests, please. Thank you. You may sit. You know, lucky for us, our guest of honor today, I can proudly say, is someone who actually has their ear to the ground, who actually knows what people need, people want. And so it is my honor to introduce a remarkable leader, the governor of Machakos County, Honorable Wawinya Ndeti. It's actually been less than 2 years since she took charge of Machakos County. And the people there, because I work with a lot of people there in Machakos County, I have heard and I have seen the people there have seen notable improvements in infrastructure, healthcare, and education. Beyond her professional achievements, Governor Ndeti is also known for her open door policy, ensuring that every voice is heard and every issue is addressed. And she handles this with empathy and urgency. Most importantly, Governor Ndeti has been an important partner for the SSSIO. Over 200 white canes have been distributed in Machakos County through her in partnership with SSIO, as well as a huge number of food packs which have been distributed during the drought last year. And this year, I believe that also we are working together to build new classrooms which were destroyed during the floods which Kenya experienced recently. And also that the SSEHV program is now going to be implemented through an MOU across all Machakos schools. Governor, it's an honor to welcome you.
What an introduction. To the Master, Sri Sathya Sai Baba, Dr. Reddy, Chairman, SSSIO, Mr. Leonard Gata, Chairman, World Foundation, Dr. Rao, Chairman, SSSIO, Africa, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Jambo. I am very excited and grateful for having been invited to grace this colorful conference of service, adoration, illumination, hosted here in Kenya, capital Nairobi. I am particularly ignited by this year's theme, service, adoration, illumination, which heralds the need and purpose of servant leadership, love, and mentorship to the people. I would like to register my special appreciation to the conference conveners through Dr. Gaguli for extending an invitation to me. On behalf of my family and the citizens of the great county of Machakos, I say thank you very much. I sincerely acknowledge the remarkable contribution that this organization, SSSIO, has made in spearheading humanitarian initiatives in numerous countries around the world for a period spanning 50 years. I hear here today the whole world is here. Despite what we have been going through, you still have faith in our country and you have come to be with us. Thank you very much. The millions of lives you have touched through various programs have truly left a transformative mark on humanity through exploiting the potential of every soul. We have just seen it with the students that have just left the stage now. Thank you very much. God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to encourage you as an organization that is greatly concerned about well-being of people not to get weary of doing good and offering charity to humanity, because that is the very essence of your mission. I have noted that you have run programs in various countries across Africa which have left indomitable mark on the lives of needy citizens. In Machakos County, we are open to collaboration, partnership with organizations that aspire to uplift the livelihoods of the people. And I want to thank Mr. Rao. We have been working together very well through your organization to make sure that our people get good services and what they need from you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. When we were down, you were there for us. We don't take that for granted. It has not been easy, but we thank God for you. And we ask God to continue blessing all of you. And give you more so that you can be able to take care of his people. Because as we say, service to humanity is service to God. Ladies and gentlemen, early childhood, as I've told you, we would want to work in partnership with you. Early childhood development education, ECD, is critical stage of human growth and development. And incidentally, happens to be one of the devolved functions that my government is mandated to deal with. Currently, my government run 1,180 ECD centers spread across the county. Various programs have been initiated, such as feeding program and Maziwa ya Mama free milk program have significantly driven up enrollment, leading to a need for expansion of infrastructure and other amenities to accommodate our children. As you've heard, I give milk to the school children. Some of these children, maybe the only milk that they ever took was their mother's milk. Once they passed that stage, the parents could not afford to buy milk. But when I came in as a governor, I decided I am a mother. Yes, maybe I could have passed my feeding age, but I can still feed my children by giving them milk twice a week. And also feeding them, I feed them, I give them rice and beans every lunchtime. And I try to speak to the parents, telling them, please, when they come in the evening, try to give them some vegetables, because I've given some protein and starch. At this juncture, I highly welcome any partnership program that will complement our overall mission of improving the quality of early childhood education. As a government, we are ready and willing to go to any length to ensure our young children get the best startup education that will give them the momentum to pursue their future goals and aspirations, and especially the way you bring up the young people and the values that you install in them. That is part of changing the world. You might plant a seed and maybe that seed will never grow. When it grows, maybe it can bear more fruits. And I'm sure through these children, we are going to bear more fruits in this world, because they'll keep on multiplying what you have given to them. Thank you very much. Finally, I welcome all you to Machakos County, the place to invest. Maybe Mr. Rao can tell you, we are one of the most industrialized county in Eastern Central Africa. Nairobi is congested. The only place where you can expand to now is Machakos, and Rao is one of my investors there. And I'm sure there are many here who are also investors there. You're welcome to Machakos. You're welcome to Machakos. We give conducive environment for people to do business. And it is a corruption-free zone. Anyone who plays, anyone who plays with my investors is touching my heart with raw hands. With their hands. Why am I saying this? When these investors come, they employ so many of the young people. I can say like Dr. Rao's company employs more than 800. Just one of them, 800 young people in this country. That is also service to humanity, because it's feeding so many homes. Thank you very much. And all the other investors that are here and around the world. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful conference. God bless you. You're welcome to Machakos. Dr. Rao next time. You know, we have good conference facilities in Machakos. So I would want you to visit Machakos, yeah, and spend, maybe, I'm sure you're spending a few days here, and we have good hotels. Yeah, good hotels where you can come enjoy free life. Machakos people love people. And by finishing, I want to thank the teachers. What you do is noble. When you're being brought into this world, your job was already cut out for you by God. That is to teach his children. We don't take that for granted. It is not easy with these young people. You have seen for the last 1 week what has happened. They held all of us at ransom. None of us could talk. Because you say something, you might rub them in the wrong way. But as parents, what do? You keep quiet, you listen, and advise. Our son here has been very clear, saying the biggest problem is communication. Even we as parents, communication. Sometimes we might lose communication with our children, and then, things just go the other way. As leaders, as parents, as teachers, it is very important to listen and not here nowadays. I can say we talk at each other, we don't listen. He was being more professional in putting it. Here we talk at each other, we don't listen to each other. It is high time we as a country and the world listen to what our young people are saying, because they are more than us. They are more than 75-80%. And they have just come to a world that is cruel. And if we don't listen to them, they all take us as bad people. But they look at us as their enemy. But if we listen to them, and if we walk the journey with them, children just want to be guided and spoken to. If we do that, and what you're doing as an organization, the world will be a better place. I wish I could just pick your organization and just plant it in every school in the world. Even in universities, there are some that have skipped that talking. Don't look at the primary and the secondary schools only. Look at the universities. Some of these children have not had any parents guiding them in any way. And that's why you can see them talking. Their friend is just the phone, internet, TikTok, Twitter. Their life is information technology. They have lost their contact with the real world. What can we do to bring that back to our children? So with those few remarks, I really want to take this opportunity to thank you for inviting me, and you're most welcome to Machakos County. Thank you. God bless you.
For those kind words, thank you so much for your warm invitation for us to come back to Machakos County at some point. So we ask that you kindly remain on stage, as we are now going to be signing a memorandum of understanding between the SSEHV and the SSSIO. So we'll kindly ask the Ministry for Education for Machakos County, as well as Sambashwaragaru and the SAIC team to come up, as well as Brother Leonardo and Sister Jayarani, if they could all come on stage, please. Sign this. So, Saram, everyone. Now we will have a short tea break. If possible, could we be back by around 11:30 to 11:35, if possible, and come back around then. And I'll say Brahmarpanam for us. Okay. Okay. Please join me in chanting Brahmarpanam. Om Brahmarpanam Brahmahavir Brahmagno Brahmanahutam Brahmaevatena Ghantavyam Brahmakarma Samadhinaha Aham Vaishwanaro Bhutva Praninam Dehamashitaha Pranapanassamayuktaha Pachamyannam Chaturvidam. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Saram, please try to return in about 25 minutes. Saram.
पशुपति तनया सिद्धि विनायक पशुपति तनया सिद्धि विनायक पशुपति तनया सिद्धि विनायक पशुपति तनया सिद्धि विनायक प्रणवाकारा शंभो पशुपति तनया सिद्धि विनायक पशुपति तनया सिद्धि विनायक प्रणवाकारा शंभो नंदना पार्थिपुरेशा माई गजानन पार्थिपुरेशा शिवनंदन शुभानन शिवनंदन लंबोदरा गणनाथ गजानन
दीननाथ साई गुरुनाथ दीननाथ साई गुरुनाथ प्रेम स्वरूपा शांति प्रदाता प्रेम स्वरूपा शांति प्रदाता साई गुरुनाथ जय जय गुरुदेवा सच्चिदानंद जय जय गुरुदेवा
शशिवदना अलंकृत केशा शशिवदना अलंकृत केशा सुंदर साई आनंददाई सुंदर साई आनंददाई दया सागरा करुणा करा साई गुरुदेवा दया सागरा दया सागरा करुणा करा साई गुरुदेवा दया सागरा करुणा दीनानाथा साई गुरुनाथा साई गुरुनाथा प्रेम स्वरूपा शांति प्रदाता दीनानाथा साई गुरुनाथा जय जय गुरुदेवा सच्चिदानंद शशिवदना अलंकृत केशा सुंदर साई आनंददाई दया सागरा करुणा करा साई गुरुदेवा दया सागरा करुणा दया सागरा करुणा करा साई गुरुदेवा दीनानाथा साई गुरुनाथा
दया करो कृपा करो परतीश्वर साई देवा परतीश्वर साई देवा दया करो कृपा करो परतीश्वर साई देवा परतीश्वर साई देवा जन्म जन्म तुम साथ रहो रे 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 साईनाथ महादेवा साईनाथ महादेवा साईनाथ महादेवा दया करो कृपा करो परतीश्वर साई देवा शिरडीश्वर साई देवा 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 परतीश्वर साई देवा दया करो कृपा करो परतीश्वर साई देवा दया करो कृपा करो परतीश्वर साई देवा जन्म जन्म तुम साथ रहो रे जन्म जन्म तुम साथ रहो रे साईनाथ महादेवा साईनाथ महादेवा दया करो कृपा करो परतीश्वर साई देवा दया करो कृपा करो परतीश्वर साई देवा शिरडीश्वर साई देवा 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 परतीश्वर साई देवा दया करो कृपा करो परतीश्वर साई देवा अयोध्या शिरोमणि दशरथ राम अयोध्या शिरोमणि दशरथ राम अयोध्या शिरोमणि दशरथ राम अयोध्या शिरोमणि दशरथ राम साकेत रंजन कैवल्यदामा साकेत रंजन कैवल्यदामा साकेत रंजन कैवल्यदामा साकेत रंजन कैवल्यदामा अयोध्या शिरोमणि अयोध्या शिरोमणि नीरजलोचन साई नारायण नीरजलोचन साई नारायण विमोचन भक्त परायण विमोचन भक्त परायण नीरजलोचन साई नारायण Sai Narayana Mochana Bhakta Parayana Mochana Bhakta प्राण सदा मेरे प्रभु साई रामा 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 जना कैवल्यधामा साकेतरञ्जना कैवल्यधामा साकेतरञ्जना कैवल्यधामा अयोध्या शिरोमणि साकेतरञ्जना कैवल्यधामा साकेतरञ्जना कैवल्यधामा अयोध्या शिरोमणि अयोध्या शिरोमणि नीरजलोचन साई नारायण नीरजलोचन साई नारायण बंद विमोचन भक्त परायण बंद विमोचन भक्त परायण प्राण सदा मेरे प्रभु साई रामा प्राण सदा साई रामा साकेतरञ्जना कैवल्यधामा साकेतरञ्जना कैवल्यधामा साकेतरञ्जना कैवल्यधामा साकेतरञ्जना कैवल्यधामा अयोध्या शिरोमणि दशरथ राम
भाव विनोदिनी मां साई जय जय मां जननी भाव विनोदिनी साई जय जय मां जननी भाव विनोदिनी मां साई जय जय मां जननी भाव विनोदिनी मां साई जय जय मां जय मां जय मां जय मां जननी जय मां जय मां जय मां जय मां जय मां जननी जय मां जय मां जय मां प्रेम विलासिनी प्राण निवासिनी प्रेम विलासिनी जय मा जय मा जय मा जननी जय मा जय मा जय मा जय मा जय मा जननी जय मा 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 जननी जय मा जय मा भाव विनोदिनी साई जय जय मा जननी भाव विनोदिनी साई जय जय मा जय मा जय मा जय मा जय मा जय मा प्रेम विलासिनी प्राण निवासिनी प्रेम विलासिनी जय मा जय मा जय मा जननी जय मा जय मा जय मा जय मा जय मा जननी जय मा जय मा जय मा जय मा जय मा जय भाव विनोदिनी साई जय जय मा जननी Let us sing the name of God, let us praise the Lord. He has come for us. He is our Lord. I love you, Lord. I love you. I love you, Lord. I love you. You and I are one. You and I are one. Shri Baba, Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Shri Baba, Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Let's rejoice and follow him, listen to his words. Let's rejoice and follow him, listen to his words. Do not look outside for me, I am in your heart. Do not look outside for me, I am in your heart. I love you, Lord, you and I are one. Shri Baba, Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Let's sing the name of God, let's praise the Lord. He has come for us, He is our Lord. I love you, Lord, I love you. You and I are one. Shri Baba, Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Let's rejoice and follow him, listen to his words. Do not look aside for me, I am in your heart. Do not look aside for me, I am in your heart. I love you, Lord. I love you. Raghukula Bhushan.
So you know it, कुलभूषण राजीव नयन कुलभूषण राजीव नयन ईश्वर सत्य साई ईश्वर सत्य साई जानकी लावण्य राम जानकी लावण्य राम निरुपम सुंदर सुंदर
Who's guy's name? Charles. Charles, can I get some volume, man? It's okay? Nothing.
Cheers! How do you feel after this refreshing and delicious tea break? Can you give me a siram? Ah, it was good, the tea break. Okay, so for our next speaker, I want to tell that he has been born into a Sai family and is the fourth generation to be under the divine guidance of Sri Sathya Sai Baba. Her family are ardent devotees since 1972 and have had many interviews and divine experiences with Swami. She currently serves as the International Young Adults Coordinator for the Sri Sathya Sai International Organization and oversees the young adults activities across 10 zones. Previously served as a member of various international young adults subcommittees and as the Zone 9 Young Adults Coordinator. She has graduated from the Balbikas program, the Sri Sathya Sai International Leadership Program for Young Adults, and the SSE Balbikas Teacher Training course. Swami is her ultimate guru, guide, and best friend. That being said, please welcome this incredible servant, our beautiful Bahini Pillai.
Offering my loving and most humble salutations at my dearest Bhagawan Sri Sathya Sai Baba's lotus feet. Loving Saram, dear brothers and sisters. So it gives me great pleasure to stand before you on the African continent with my international Sai family. And it's such a beautiful and exciting experience, and it really shows how we can come from all walks of life and be united in love, in Swami's love. It actually reminds me of a story that was born out of Africa, and I'm sure many are familiar, but it comes with the concept of Ubuntu, which means I am because you are. And what that means is we exist together as one. And that is our dearest Swami's teachings as well. We are all one. And it's a story that took place in an African village with a group of little children. And they were actually set up in a competition. They had to race from one point to the other. And the winner amongst these children would receive a bowl of sweets. And so, anyways, it was time for the race to begin, and children started the race because it was a competition. But soon after the start, they started to link hands and started to run together. So everyone was in tune and in sync. And they made their way to the end of the race at the finish line, and they all had come out at the same position because they were all together. So ultimately, there was no winner in this race. And they received the bowl of sweets, and they shared it amongst themselves. And they shared the rewards, and they shared the sweet joys and the happiness of their triumph and their victory. Brothers and sisters, this is unity. This is Ubuntu. I am because you are. We are brothers and sisters, all from the same source, and the source is love. And so it is amazing to be with each and every one of you here today, to share in that love and to on such auspicious holy ground that our Lord has graced. And so I'm so ever grateful for this opportunity. With that, I would also like to share a personal experience with Swami. And it's one of a few experiences that is very near and dear to my heart. I was actually in Prashanthi Nilayam in 2010, and we were going for Christmas practice in December, early in the morning. It was 5 a.m., and I was rushing. Of course, I was slightly late, and I was rushing to the practice, and I had tumbled down the stairs in one of the north blocks, and I had actually fractured my leg or my foot, the ankle part. And so I'd gone to the general hospital and they couldn't help me. So I ended up in super speciality, and they had to actually put a cast on my leg. And so for the rest of that trip, I was in a cast going to Christmas choir rehearsals, limping my way around Prashanthi. And on the day of our offering for the children's choir, Swami wheeled past us and I was in the front row. And he looked at my leg and then he looked at me. And then he had just wheeled past. That very year as well, a lot of the sisters were crying with emotion, overcome with joy, overcome with, I guess, emotional, overwhelming emotions. And Swami said, be happy. And I had gone home after that trip. I had to take up my class prematurely because we had to travel. And I went for a checkup, and the doctor actually said that there was no sign of any fracture. And so I don't know if this is mere coincidence or it's Swami's divine power, but this goes to show that our Lord is omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient. And he takes care of you as a mother, a father, as a teacher, as a guide, as a guru, and as a best friend. And so Swami, to me, I've always had this intimate relationship with him. As you've heard, he's my best friend, and I leave everything to him. One of my best ways of connecting to Swami is writing letters. And on one occasion, I had written a letter to Swami, and I was heading back to Cape Town for work. And I had left it at the altar for Swami. And normally he would materialize vibhuti in the letter. That's how I know he's either acknowledged it or received it, or given me some kind of assurance. So I had written to him, Swami, I am going back to Cape Town. It was in the midst of COVID. Please take care of me. Please take care of my family. Keep me safe in my travels. And I'm always very last minute, sometimes with my letters, but Swami is very quick, very loving, very patient with me. And he actually materialized, I think it was within the hour or 2 hours, we had vibhuti on the letter in our prayer room. And I had folded up the letter, put it into one of my bags, and then put it into the big bag, my big luggage bag. So the next morning, I head to the airport with the luggage, and I head to the counter, and the lady says, ma'am, your bag is overweight. So you're allowed for domestic flights about 20 kgs, and I think it was sitting at 21. So they wanted me to remove stuff and put it into my carry-on. So I had removed an item, and then I weighed it back on, and they said, ma'am, sorry, it's gone up to 22. So I was wondering, how is this possible? I just removed something, it weighed 21, now it's 22. So I took it off again, the weighing machine, and then I took out the bag that had the letter with vibhuti, and I put that into my knapsack or carry-on. And then I had put the other item back in, and I closed it. and it was 19 point something. And for me, that was, Swami wanted me to have that vibhuti on my person, to assure me, to protect me, and to have it with me. And so, brothers and sisters, I am a big believer, and I think my young adults will also tell you this, is that I always say everything happens for a reason. And so, in good or bad, always be equanimous, always take good and bad in the same light. In victory and defeat, remain equal-minded. And so not a blade of grass moves without Swami's will. And I'm so grateful for his presence in my life and for allowing me to be part of the Sri Sathya Sai International Organization, to give me the tools, to give me the platforms and the events, the programs for us to experience his love, to meet people of like-mindedness, and to be in that love, in that good satsang, good company, which is so important for young adults and youth of the age. With that, talking about young adults, I've had the privilege of being in the young adults fold for a few years now, in different roles, and it's always a blessing. And I think for me, it's not more what I could do for young adults or how I serve Swami, but it's what the young adults are doing to me, and it's always a self-transformational experience. It's always inspiring to listen to their stories and to hear how they've connected with Swami and how Swami's helped them in their challenges in their lives. And so the Sri Sathya Sai International Young Adults Program aims to seek or to derive and drive powerful messages to the world through young adults worldwide. The program encourages young men and women between the ages of 18 and 40 to lead purposeful lives in service for their families, communities, and countries by learning and practicing the spiritual principles revealed in the life, teachings, and work of Sri Sathya Sai Baba. The primary importance is given to holistic character development through both personal transformation and selfless service. And so we have a various amount of initiatives that young adults can participate worldwide, and we encourage all our young adults to reach out to either their zone young adult coordinator, national, center, regional. And some of these initiatives actually, vary. There's something for everyone. There's music, there's devotion, there's service, there's knowledge, character development, leadership. And we're so blessed that Swami has given us so much of opportunities. And we're also grateful to our seniors, to Dr. Reddy, the Prashanti Council, as well as our zone chairs, for allowing our young adults to nurture and to grow within the organization and project lead on these initiatives. And so I'm also happy to announce that we will be meeting as a group of international young adult leaders this year in Greece from July 26th to July 29th in Greece, Athens, Greece, at Sai Prema. And that is our headquarters in Greece. And we're happy to say that we'll be spending 4 days of a leaders retreat in the beautiful land of Greece, where we will embark on this journey of self-development, connection, and team building. And we're also basing the entire retreat on the Mahavakya, Be, Do, See, Tell of leadership. And we're really excited to meet all our leaders. And we encourage our young adults to come forth to make a change in your community, in your centers, in the world. And so that is very exciting for us. With that, I would like to end off my talk by saying thank you for the opportunity. And we'd love to continue to work with all the young adults across the world. And please do reach out to us. We're also grateful to Uncle Rao for the opportunity for our young adults to participate in this conference. And you would have seen them all around. They're doing an amazing job, and I'd love to thank them for it. Can we give them a round of applause? So thank you to our young adults for actually trooping around and getting everything done and offering their hearts and soul to Swami in this offering. With that, we have a video, which is the overview of the International Young Adults Program that shows the work that we're doing around the world as well as internationally. Thank you. Saram.
In the year 2023, the International Sai Young Adults Committee embarked on a journey of service, spirituality, and self-discovery that resonated across continents and cultures. Let's embark on a visual odyssey to explore the remarkable achievements and impactful initiatives that defined this transformative year for Sai young adults worldwide. Under the banner of Love the Planet to Serve the Planet, the Serve the Planet subcommittee led insightful workshops that delved into the intersection of spirituality and sustainability through themes of gratitude, right conduct, peace, truth, and non-violence. Young adults explored their role as stewards of Mother Earth, cultivating a deeper understanding of their interconnectedness with the environment. Meanwhile, the Sri Sathya Sai International Leadership Program continued to empower young adults from diverse backgrounds, uniting them in a shared journey of personal and collective growth. Rooted in the teachings of Sri Sathya Sai Baba, the program instilled value-based leadership principles, inspiring participants to lead with integrity, compassion, and purpose. Key subcommittees such as Insights, Sri Sathya Sai Sadhana of Love, Pathways, International Young Adults Veda, Ocean of Music, Information Management and Analytics, Young Adults Wellbeing, Media and Editorial played pivotal roles in enriching the Sai young adult experience and fostering a sense of worldwide community. Across continents and cultures, Sai young adults are making a difference. From the bustling streets of urban centers to the serene landscapes of rural communities, their spirit of service knows no bounds. In Zone 1, Sai young adults in Canada, in the United States of America, young adults deepen their spiritual practice through study circles, sadhana plans, and initiatives to support the needy. They sowed the seeds of positive change. In Zone 2A, young adults in the Dominican Republic spread joy through toy distribution, while their counterparts in Mexico commemorated the SSSIO's 50th anniversary with devotional retreats and environmental projects. In El Salvador, medical camps and community cleanups reflected their commitment to service. Meanwhile, in Zone 2B, young adults across South America came together to celebrate spirituality and unity. From virtual devotional ceremonies to motivational talks and acts of charity, they united their dedication to living Swami's teachings. In Zone 3, young adults in Australia gathered for Coffee with Sai sessions, sports days, and national retreats, fostering bonds of friendship and spiritual growth. In New Zealand, they led blood drives and spiritual retreats, while in Fiji, they served their communities with compassion and dedication. In Zone 4, young adults in Sri Lanka hosted an international conference and leadership programs, while their peers in Malaysia organized blood donation drives and educational initiatives. In Indonesia, they came together for national camps and humanitarian projects. In Zone 5, young adults in Hong Kong supported street sleepers, cared for animals and celebrated festivals with joy and compassion. In Zone 6, the young adults from across Europe gathered for transformative retreats, cultural exchanges, and service projects. From Greece to United Kingdom, they embodied the spirit of unity in diversity. In Zone 7, young adults in Netherlands led bhajan sessions and celebrated festivals with devotion. In Sweden, they came together for service activities and spiritual study exercises. In Zone 9, the young adults of South Africa cleaned beaches, supported local communities, and promoted environmental awareness. In Mauritius and Botswana, they organized blood drives, medical camps, and educational initiatives, leaving a lasting impact on society. Young adults in Madagascar planted trees, provided medical care, and distributed essential supplies to those in need. From every corner in the world, Sai young adults are lighting the way forward with love, compassion, and service.
I'm absolutely inspired just watching it, and I see it every day on the daily. So thank you to all our young adults around the world and to Swami for the opportunities to serve. Our next item is from a group of young adults from around the world representing 7 countries. And we are going to be offering a young adult symphony entitled The Rhythm of Africa, Our Hearts Beat for You, Swami. And so please do sit back, enjoy, and listen to the beats of Africa. Dearest Swami, we, the Sai young adults from around the world, would like to express our love and gratitude to you through a musical symphony titled The Rhythm of Africa. We offer this musical tapestry from the blessed land of Africa at your divine lotus feet. We pray, dear Swami, to you, our Lord, to bless us as we offer our love at your divine lotus feet. Thank you, Swami. We love you.
Swami, we bow at your divine lotus feet. O Lord Sai, illumine the temples of our minds, so that the flame of knowledge may glow continuously. O Lord Sri Sathya Sai Baba, your name is our only refuge. You are our eternal companion. May your sweet name be ever on our lips, and in our hearts and in our minds.
स्वरूपा साई तुम हो दिव्य स्वरूपा अखंड ज्योति जलाओ अखंड ज्योति जलाओ दिव्य ज्योति ज्ञान ज्योति प्रेम ज्योति जलाओ अखंड ज्योति जलाओ अखंड ज्योति जलाओ गिरिधर गोपाला गिरिधर गोपाला गिरिधर गोपाला मीरा के प्रभु गिरिधर नागर मीरा के प्रभु गिरिधर नागर सूरदास के श्याम मनोहर सूरदास के श्याम मनोहर भक्तों के सत्य साई मनोहर गिरिधर गोपाला गिरिधर गोपाला गिरिधर गोपाला माया मानुष वेशविनाधर माया मानुष वेशविनाधर देवा मधुसूदना जय देवा मधुसूदना जय देवा मधुसूदना जय देवा मधुसूदना तुम्हें रामायण तुम्हें हो वेद पुराण सत्य धर्म की ज्योत जलाए आए उपति बिहारी ओ देखो आए कुंज बिहारी तेरा नाम एक सहारा साई नाम एक सहारा तेरा नाम एक सहारा नाम एक सहारा तेरा नाम एक सहारा साई नाम एक सहारा साई नाम एक सहारा साई नाम एक सहारा
Dearest Swami, in 1968, you blessed Africa by lightening the lamp of pure love. Please bless us to be the beacons of light that dispels the darkness that surrounds us. Let us always remember that we are the light and the light is within us. Swami, you are our mother, father, teacher, and friend. You have shown us the way with your divine light. You are Lord, our love, and our dearest Sai.
Swami, you are the light in my life, like a candle, your light will always glow. My sweet Lord, how I yearn for your love, like a river, your love will always flow. Like a mother, you'll be there to wipe away my tears. Like a father, you'll be there to drive away my fears. My Lord, my love, my side, my sweet Lord, my love, my side, my Lord, my love, my side, my sweet Lord, my love, my side. Mother lighting like a star shining, shining in the sky. When I'm scared and afraid to go on, like an angel, you'll help me to get by. Like a teacher, you'll be there to teach me to be true. Like a friend, you'll be there. I'll put my trust in you, my Lord, my love, my side, my sweet Lord, my love, my side, my Lord, my love, my side, my sweet Lord, my love, my side. Sai Ram, Sai Ram, Sai Ram, Ram 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 Ram, Sai Ram.
Come, O dear Swami, and let your love radiate and surround us. Please come down, Swami. Please come and bless us. We adore you, O dear Sai. May your beautiful name be praised and worshipped always. May your love shine in our hearts eternally.
Love is the royal road to reach God. Love is the source, the path, and the goal. Swami, guide us. Guide us on this path as we march to you and become embodiments of the divine. Show us the way to your divine light. May we always remember that we are marching in the light of God. Siya Hamba. Hamba kukanin kwinkles, siya hamba kukanin kwinkles, siya hamba kukanin kwinkles, siya hamba kukanin kwinkles, siya hamba, hamba siya hamba kukanin kwinkles, siya hamba kukanin kwinkles. We are marching in the light of God. 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 We are marching, marching, we are marching, marching, we are marching in the light of God. We are marching, marching, we are marching, we are marching in the light of God. Hamba kukanin kwinkles, siya hamba kukanin kwinkles, siya hamba kukanin kwinkles, siya hamba kukanin kwinkles, siya hamba, hamba siya hamba, hamba siya hamba kukanin kwinkles, siya hamba, hamba siya hamba, hamba siya hamba kukanin kwinkles, We are marching in the light of sun. 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 We are marching, marching, we are marching, marching, we are marching in the light of sun. We are marching, marching, we are marching, marching, we are marching in the light of sun.
Dearest Bhagawan, like a loving and watchful guardian, you are always there to uplift us, protect us, and carry us through life's trials and tribulations. Make us instruments in your mission so that we may serve you always. Swami, our hearts beat for you like the rhythm of the African drums. Thank you for your unconditional love. Siyabonga.
Always, 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 always. We are praying, we are giving, we are praising. Always, always. We are praying, we are giving, we are praising. Always, always. Bonga, oh Krishna. Sia Bonga, oh Allah. Sia Bonga, Sai Baba. We say thank you, Lord Jesus. We say thank you, Lord Krishna. We say thank you, oh Allah. We say thank you, Sai Baba. Don't say donkey for Jesus. Don't say donkey for Krishna. Don't say donkey for Allah. Don't say donkey Sai Baba. We say thank you, Sai Baba. We say thank you, Sai Baba. We say thank you, Sai Baba.
Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Thank you to our young adults for that wonderful symphony. And thank you also to Sister Vahini for those beautiful words that she shared beforehand. Specifically, I wanted to recognize Sister Vahini. She's such a great leader for our young adults, myself included. She leads by example. Over the past few weeks, I've been inspired by her dedication. I wanted to recognize all the work that she's put in to try to make this event go as smoothly as possible. Over the past 2 days, she's maybe slept 2 hours, if that. So I wanted to give her a round of applause for everything she's done. And thank you also to our young adults that put on this wonderful performance as well. And our next speaker also carries with her the same youthful energy that we just witnessed. She carries this with her on a daily basis, and this is Auntie Anu Venkateshwara. Anu Auntie, she was born into a family that's been in Swami's fold since 1964. She went through the Balvikas program in Chennai and graduated from the Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning on Anantapur campus with a bachelor's degree in physics. After moving to the US, she's been actively involved in all three wings of the SSSIO. And currently she serves as the devotional coordinator for the SSSIO USA Southeast region and conducts weekly online study circles. She's also the SSE coordinator for the Northeast Atlanta Psi Center, where she teaches Group 4 SSE students. Anu Auntie has been grateful for the opportunities to study, reflect, and share Swami's message and stories on multiple occasions. This has allowed her to benefit from the process of self-reflection and a deeper understanding of Swami's teachings. Something I've personally witnessed about her is that, whether it's 6 a.m. Suprabhatam, 10 p.m. bhajan practice, there's no drop off in her energy levels and enthusiasm. It's truly inspiring to see that. And she's also an excellent organizer and teacher, which I've seen firsthand at multiple regional retreats. So please join me in welcoming her. Sarah.
त्वमेव माता च पिता त्वमेव त्वमेव बन्धुश्च सखा त्वमेव त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव त्वमेव सर्वं मम Mama Deva Deva Tvameva Sarvam Mama Sai Deva. I offer my prayerful salutations at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Mother Sai, Father Sai, who's our divine mother and father, our closest relative, dearest friend, highest wealth and wisdom. Respected elders, brothers and sisters, and dear children who are seated there who are really enjoying and getting into the Siyahamba, loving Sairams to you all. Yesterday, Brother Arvind walked us through Swami's visit to East Africa in 1968, and he did make a mention of Swami making a remark about what Sai family are you talking about. But Swami said something else after that too. He said this entire universe is my family. And he said, I am the Sanatana, come as the Nutana. I am the eternal, come as the new. That ever new, ever fresh Lord, who came down as an avatar, only to give us an opportunity to experience his divine love. That's what today is about, adoration and divine love. Swami says the moon can only be seen with the help of moonlight. You can't flash a highest laser beam and see the moon. You need the moonlight to be able to see the moon. So also God, who is love, can only be experienced with love, he says. And this is not limited to those who have had physical interaction with Swami or even darshan with Swami. And this morning we heard those beautiful stories of transformation. I don't know how many of those people actually went and saw Swami physically or touched his feet. Swami has transformed their lives. In the Bible, it is said, blessed are those who have not seen and yet believe. And Swami says, everyone can develop love for God. Dr. Hislop once asked Swami, so what is it, Swami, to love God? And at that time, Dr. Hislop had with him a tape recorder. This was many, many years ago. The young adults and the children would go, what is a tape recorder? So he had a tape recorder with him, and Swami asked him, now Hislop, when this tape recorder was in the store, in the shelf, for weeks and months, did you feel any emotion towards it? The obvious answer is no. And he said, after you bought it, after you brought it home, you made sure you took good care of it and it wouldn't fall down, get a crack, breathe, dust, all of that, right? Yes, Swami. Swami says it's because you developed this feeling that this is your tape recorder. And he said, develop that same feeling. This is my God. I belong to him. It is to help us feel the sense of belonging that God comes down as an avatar, walks among us, takes our letter, pats our cheek, and it gives us one pat on our head like that. And one of Swami's greatest miracles, among many, is the transformation of the heart. And we've heard beautiful stories of transformation over the past day and a half. Swami once said to a group of students in Trai Vrindavan, boys, you have only two options. Either you let me in your heart, or I'll break open your heart and enter, but enter I will. And the way Swami enters each of our lives is very unique. Like we could be here, we'd be talking Sai Bhagavatam stories for the next 3, 4, 5 weeks, and it would just not be over. We'd have to extend our vacation here, our pilgrimage, I should say, not a vacation. Swami entered my family in 1964. Actually, this year, just this morning, I was reminiscing. This year marks the 50th year that Swami's been in our family, and we've known of Swami. We've been very, very fortunate. And he entered the family through my mother's colleague in Chennai. My mother was at that time, this was in 1964, she was working in Chennai Port Trust. And one of her colleagues, who was a niece of the then state president, Sri Bhaskar, Harishana, you would know. It was a Saturday afternoon at work, and she said, I'm going to see Sai Baba, do you want to come with me? Now, my mother was raised in a very, very traditional, very conservative family. She wouldn't just go somewhere because someone's asking her. But when Swami's pulling you with that string, you just go where he pulls you. She just decides to accompany her. And, as they say, she went, she saw, and she was conquered. My mother says she saw Swami and she knew that she had come face to face with God. There was no doubt in her mind. For some people, it's instant, but for some others, we need that proof. We need Swami to answer that one question that's burning in our minds. So the very next day, her parents and sisters accompanied her to see Swami. So the first darshan was in Perambur in Sai Nivas, and the second darshan was in Maika House. Those are from the Chennai area, you might know. So when the whole family went to see Swami, now remember this, they had no background, they had no Dinatandi, no newspaper, nothing. They hadn't heard the word Sathya Sai Baba before this. But they knew there is something special, which my mother had shared from her one darshan. So when they were sitting for darshan, my mother was prodding my eldest aunt, who's physically handicapped due to polio. And when you're sitting down on the floor, you can't tell that that person's handicapped. So she's sitting on the floor. And my mother's prodding her from the back saying, ask Swami, tell him about your condition. Maybe he'll cure you. She's prodding. Swami comes up to her, and my aunt, all she said was, Swami. And Swami says, Telusule, ni shoes akkada petti ikkada uchi kuchunnaavu. Swami nito eppudu unnanu. In present tense. He said, I know you've left your shoes. He's referring to her surgical shoes. In those years, they would make these leather boots with these steel harnesses that would really press down here. She would have these wounds. So Swami was telling that I'm omnipresent. You don't have to tell me your problem. He explained to her, yes, I know it's over there and you're here. He was indirectly saying, this is your prarabdha karma. You have to go through this in this birth. And Swami touched her head, gave her pada namaskar. And the very following week, she got an appointment order for a government job, and she had been trying for a job for months and years. And Swami, this was a defining moment for the entire family, because they knew in that one instant that he's the omnipresent Lord who knows every thought, that even as it manifests, Swami knows it. He is the Antaranga Sai. We sing in our bhajan, sometimes we gloss over these words, we don't reflect on them. Antaranga Sai, he's the indweller of the heart. He knows our every pang. He knows our every. So Swami became the Ishta Devata of the home, as a presiding deity of the home. And this morning, Anupam uncle, you mentioned the 4 cars. Swami literally took the family through the 4 cars, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. So you had these manifestations of vibhuti, kumkum, and sugar appearing from the pictures, and statues which would be kept on the floor, which when they go to offer arti, the statue would be sitting up on a chair. So they had all these miracles. In the beginning, they couldn't make much sense out of it, but then they came to know that this is Swami's calling card. He's making that connection with you. And he made this connection with every single member in the family. And I'm sure all of you agree, as we heard from the testimonials today, he makes that connection. My grandfather, he comes from a lineage where they were following Shankaracharya, Kanchi Mahaperiva. So he was trying to reconcile this newfound love and devotion for Swami, but he felt, am I being loyal to Shankaracharya? For generations we followed him. Is this okay to do? And just as this thought was manifesting in his head, the Shankaracharya picture on the wall, Vibhuti manifests in this picture. So I call it a dynamic altar. They would talk and Swami would respond through the altar. So this is how Swami made that personal connection with each person. And in time, they got involved in the organization. My aunt and grandfather held a position in the organization. My mother was a Sevadal. And you'll see how, Swami kind of attracted them, pulled them with these miracles. And as Uncle mentioned this morning, he refined them with his teachings. So the first kar is the chamatkar, the miracles, the leelas. And he refines them with the teachings, which is sanskar, prods them along this path of selfless service, paropakar, leading to the ultimate vision of the divine, which is sakshatkar. And that's what we all aim for, don't we? My grandparents and my aunt were very noble souls. They were already noble to begin with. So it was easy. When you're good, you're easily attracted to God, aren't you? So all 3 of them, in their final moments, they only remembered Swami. Though they were surrounded by family, children, grandchildren, they only called on Swami. They were chanting the name of Swami. My grandmother held a picture of Swami as she breathed her last. And my aunt and grandfather were calling on Swami as they passed. But Swami says this should be lifelong practice. And in the Bhagavata Purana, there's the story of a man named Ajamila, who is born into a pious family, but he falls into sinful ways. But in his final moments, he calls on one of his sons, who's named Narayana, and so the Yamadutas are chased away by the angels. So there's a merchant, Swami recalls this funny story of a merchant who's very money-minded. All he can think about is making money and profit. So he decides to name his 4 sons after different deities, Rama, Krishna, you name it, Govinda. That way, in his final moments, he'll call on one of the boys, which also happens to be the name of a deity, right? Yes, when the moment comes, he does call, but not to one of the sons. He says, you fools, all of you are here, who's minding the shop? So the last thought was the shop. What you reflect on your entire life is what you'll think about in the end too. So remembering God should be a constant practice. So I grew up hearing these stories about these miracles from my grandparents and my Bal, because that's how love for Swami was sown in me. But it wasn't until I joined Swami's college in the hostel that I learned the concept, I would call it concept, and Swami talked about this in his discourse yesterday, Sarva Karma Bhagavat Prityartha. Doing every action, singing a bhajan, only to please God. Setting up the altar, only to please God. So at that age, it was like, whether it's keeping your room clean, being disciplined, waking up early in the morning to do your prayers, everything was done with the sole intent of pleasing God. So this is something I'm very grateful for that I learned in the hostel. It's almost like having this awareness that whatever you're doing it with the intent of pleasing God, and not separating work as Sai work and your personal work. Everything is Sai work. Do well in everything. And I would eagerly look forward to these trips to Parthi from Anantapur. It was just a few hours bus ride. And my mother would encourage me, and I had a lot of homesickness. So every time I would go from Anantapur to Parthi, she would come from Chennai to Parthi to meet me there. And she encouraged me in his Shivratri discourse in 1955. Swami says, of all the insanities, he calls it insanities, of all the insanities that harass people, God madness is the least harmful and the most beneficial. So I'm very grateful for my mother's support in this God madness, or pichi as Swami would call it. But every trip to see Swami was a transformative experience. The theme for this session is transformational experiences. Every trip, whether it's Swami just pulling the rug from under my feet, or playing a prank on me, or materializing vibhuti, taking a letter, every trip was transformational. It is said, darshanam papanashanam, having the sight of the Lord, being able to see the Lord, it destroys your sins. Sparshanam, when you get to touch his feet, or when he pats your cheek, when you have that opportunity. Sparshanam karma vimochanam. Your karmas are burnt away like that. Years of karma burnt away like that. Sambhashanam sankatanashanam. Having this conversation with the Lord, where even if he's asking you, how many idlis did you eat for breakfast? Just that sambhashana opportunity, it destroys all our troubles. Swami narrates the story of, yesterday Brother Arvind mentioned Krishna Chaitanya. Actually, if you go and look this up, you can just say Krishna Chaitanya and the thief, and this will come up, and you'll understand why I'm sharing this incident. Sri Krishna Chaitanya is a 15th century Hindu saint, and he was lost in Krishna consciousness. He would sing and dance and forget himself, and he would just be singing the Lord's name. One time, he's surrounded by all of these merchants from this town, and a thief comes in there wanting to, rob some of those rich merchants. He comes in there and he too enjoys the singing and dancing, and for a moment he forgets why he came. And then after the singing is done, when Sri Krishna Chaitanya is giving a discourse to some of the children, he waits patiently and he goes up to him and asks, Swami, can you please give me a mantra? And Sri Krishna Chaitanya says, I will, but tell me, what's your name? What do you do? They call me Rama the thief, he says. And Krishna Chaitanya says, oh, what a shame. You have this name Rama, but you're a thief. I will give you the mantra, but what is the Guru Dakshina you will give me? What is the fee you will give me? And he says, I don't have anything. All I have is the loot. Whatever I steal, that's all I have. I can give you a share from that if you want. And he says, no, I don't want any part of that. He says, I will teach you this mantra. Can you give up this, robbing people? He says, no, this is the only thing I know. This is what my father taught me. This is what my grandfather did. This is all I ever know. Then Sri Krishna Chaitanya says, all right, promise me that every time before you get ready to rob someone, you're going to sit down and you're going to recite this mantra I'm about to give you 108 times. And he whispers into his ear. Remember, I said Darshanam Papanashanam. Already this transformation is happening because he has his touch. He's whispering in his ears. His sambhashanam is happening. And he says, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And this man says, I will promise you this. He heads straight to the richest merchant's house over there, and he gets ready to rob. It's nice. They're all with Krishna Chaitanya singing and dancing. He goes, gets ready, breaks open, picks the lock, and he sits in front and he begins to chant, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And he's lost in chanting the Lord's name. He doesn't realize the lady of the house is back, and she's worn her finest jewelry. She's coming to the locker to put her jewels away. Instead of shouting, thief, thief, she says, oh, this must be a saint who's part of that team. He's come here to bless our house. And they all gather around and they're all standing like this. And this man finishes his 108 chants and he opens his eyes and he realizes what has happened. And they're all going, Swami, Swami. He says, just for pretending to be like this, if I can get the adoration of people, what if I really took to this path? And he comes clean. He tells them, I did not come here with the best of intentions. This is what I planned. He says, I want to give all this up and I want to go to the forest and meditate. They praise him for it. They even arrange a palanquin. They take him around on a procession. Swami narrates this in a very beautiful, inimitable way. Nobody can even attempt to narrate it like Swami. And they go drop him off. And this is a story of a sinner to a saint. This is a transformational story of a sinner to a saint. We are here in this holy land of Africa. Swami has visited Uganda. The next story I'm about to share, transformational story, is about a devotee from Uganda. He came to Swami in 1960. 5 years later, he was visiting Swami in Perthi. He was on a pilgrimage. On the last day when he was ready to return, this gentleman was a physician. Many of you may have heard, Dr. Kishan Gadia. Swami called him on the last day, and Swami materialized for him. Yesterday, Brother Leonardo shared that he offered Swami his visiting card. Imagine Swami materializing a visiting card with his picture, Sri Sathya Sai Baba, Penakonda Taluk, Anantapur district, and he materializes his visiting card, gives it to Dr. Gadia, and Swami says to him, never take it out of your wallet. This has always got to stay in your wallet. He says, yes, Swami. Sometimes Swami tells us something, and we may not know why he's saying that, but it'll make sense 10 years later. 7 years later, there were political disturbances in Africa. Many of you may be aware at that time. And it was not considered very safe for people to live there, people like himself of Indian origin. He didn't feel safe there. But nevertheless, he was doing seva. He was, treating actually a lot of people in the villages. One morning, he was en route to work. A soldier stops him. An armed soldier stops him. And he searches the vehicle. Doesn't find any weapons. He gets in the car and he says, drive. When they drive for a few miles, he goes to an area where there's no other vehicles. There's these tall bushes. He asks him to get down from the car. He gets down, follows him, points the gun at him and says, you have two options. I'm going to shoot you now. You can either smoke a cigarette or you can pray to your God. Of course, Dr. Gadia is crying. He says, I have children. Let me talk to my children. He says, no. These are your only two choices. Pray to your God. And then Dr. Gadia remembers that Swami had given him this card 7 years ago. He opens his wallet and he cries out to Swami, Swami, please come, I need you now. And he calls out to him. Now this soldier is curious. He asks angrily, who is your God? Sai Baba, he says. And he gives him this tiny little visiting card. The soldier who came there with an intent to kill this man looks at the card and he reads out the contents of this visiting card. Sathya Sai Baba, and then he reads all of that. He returns the card to Dr. Gadia and he says, you can go. And he turns around and he walks away. Just as abruptly as he was stopped, he was allowed to go back. Just like that. Dr. Gadia is just happy. He just leaves there. In the meantime, there was another driver who saw all this happening and he called the army and they were able to escort him away. Within 2 days, he packs up his bags and he relocates to UK. Several years pass, in fact, decades pass. In 2003, Dr. Gadia is in Vrindavan, Swami's ashram in Bangalore, and Swami asks him to speak to the students in Trai Vrindavan. And with Swami's permission, Dr. Gadia shares this incident. Swami waits for him patiently to finish the story, and then Swami says, that soldier, he was a very evil man. He had killed a lot of innocent people. That day, when he saw my photo, Swami's words, I decided to transform his mind. You know, Swami says, your mind is not an ordinary mind. It's a monkey mind, not an ordinary monkey. A monkey bitten by a drunken scorpion, right? So Swami says, I decided to transform his mind. And Swami goes on to say what happened to the soldier. The soldier goes back and he's frantically trying to get a picture of Swami. Now remember this, we are so casual. We have a picture in our wallet. We have a picture in every wallet. If you're a lady, you have one in every bag, that purse that you carry. Every time we see it, we should feel that Swami is in that picture with us. Yes, aunties, you're nodding. Yes, we all have a picture of Swami in our bags. He's just overcome with emotion. And Swami tells him, I decided to transform his mind. When he looked at my picture, he was praying for a picture of me, and finally he was able to find one in Kampala. He kept that picture in his room and he was praying for days and weeks. And one day Swami says, I appeared in his room and I laughed and I said, come to Puttaparthi. This man finds his way to Puttaparthi, sits for darshan. Swami comes to him and Swami gives him one of his robes. Silently, Swami goes. Transform from a sinner. This is another story of transformation. In the Satyam Shivam Sundaram, Volume 2, this is Swami's biography written by Professor Kasturi. There is a chapter called With Wounded Wings. It's a beautiful chapter. I encourage you to read this. There's transformative power in reading the Lord's story, in hearing the Lord's glory. In the Navavida Bhakti, Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu Smaranam, the first three, so much importance is given to listening to the Lord's glory. A lot of times we think Kirtanam is singing. Kirti is glory. Even hearing stories of the Lord is Kirtanam. And Smaranam, constantly thinking of God. In fact, Swami would say, Chinta mat karo, chintan karo. He would do this play on words. Don't worry, we worry about everything. My flight was delayed coming here. It was delayed by 3.5 hours and I was worried, am I going to miss my connection? This morning I got late here coming for, Suprabhatam. We are constantly worried. Leave it to Swami. There is a reason Swami does everything, right? In this chapter called With Wounded Wings, there is a man named Kalpagiri who's done a heinous crime. He's actually committed murder. And we judge people like that, right? We judge somebody that has done a crime like that. So this man commits murder and he runs away from law enforcement. He goes up to the Himalayas, wears ochre robes, and he's going from ashram to ashram to ashram. And he does this for several years. Now he feels, okay, now nobody will recognize me. It's safe to go back south. He goes to all the Punya Kshetras thinking he can clean all his papam. Goes to Tirupati, Simhachalam, finds his way to Melkote, and then he hears that Sri Sai Baba has taken avatar and come as Sathya Sai Baba. He says, I have to go and visit. Comes via Penakonda and finds himself in Puttaparthi. And what does our dear Lord do? He calls him in for an interview. Swami calls him in for an interview and Swami tells him, why do you behave like this? How long do you think you can run like this? It's going to catch up with you. You have to face the consequences for your actions, Swami tells him. And Swami gives him white clothes and he says, first remove these ochre robes. There is a meaning to this. You can't just take and wear it. Swami tells him to change. He tells him to go back to his hometown where he committed the crime. And Swami says, go and surrender. And this man cries. He says, but Swami, I will get the death penalty. I will be hanged. Swami is so kind. He says, I promise you, you will not get the death penalty. In fact, I will put a rosary, a japamala around your neck, Swami says. And Swami gives him vibhuti packets. He gets in the train. And on his way, as he's going, he sees a man who's writhing in stomach pain. And, when Swami enters your life, he transforms you. And he has, this empathy for this man, which he never had in the past. He gives a vibhuti packet to him and he sees he's instantly cured. He does as Swami tells him. He lands up in prison. And he tells about Swami's glory. He's spreading Swami's kirtana. He's become an instrument of Swami. He's telling all these other prisoners, Chenagappa and others. Can you believe it? These prisoners, if you read it, it's so beautiful, so moving. They are doing Likita Japam. There is a prisoner who says, Swami, I'm going to write your name 10 million times. Ramanama, I'm going to write 10 million times. Swami sends him Likita Japam books. Swami is sending them Satyam Shivam Sundaram. They are doing Parayana in the prison. They're doing Nama Sankirtanam. This one man says, I have set up an altar for you and I'm lighting incense sticks and I'm singing your glory. I can't wait to have your darshan. Swami has entered their lives. Swami has transformed their lives already. And we must find ways to incorporate Namasmarana in our daily lives. If you're waiting for a flight is delayed, that's an opportunity for Namasmarana. You're waiting in line to get your food, an opportunity for Namasmarana. Swami is giving us these opportunities. If you look in the ashram, it's from one queue to another. Darshan line starting 4 a.m. in the morning, ice cream parlor line, stores line, everywhere there is line for this reason. So you can think about God and not chit-chat at that time. And Dr. Reddy mentioned in his talk about the Arishad Vargas, Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Mada, Matsarya. And the best way to get rid of that, Swami says, is Namasmarana. This morning also, one of the speakers mentioned that it is the best medicine. Swami says, doctors talk about vitamin deficiency. They should be talking about getting vitamin G into your system. Vitamin G for God. That's what is missing in our lives, Swami says. In Sathya Sai Vahini, chapter 19, on prayer, Swami says 3 kinds of activity or prayer reach him directly. The chapter is on prayer, so he's specifically referring to prayer. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but he says, what are these 3 kinds? A prayer that is not prompted by personal desire. A prayer that does not emanate from selfish love. It has to be unselfish love, and it should come from a pure heart. The last story I'm about to share with you is one of a boy born into a Christian family in God's own country, Kerala. He's born in this family where he's taught to love Jesus. He grows up chanting the Lord's Prayer. But when he's around 17 years old, he goes to college, and there's a strong influence of communism and atheism, and he takes to that path and he becomes a Naxalite. And Naxals they actually take up weapons and they fight. They believe they're doing it, that their cause is justified. That's no way to get justice, right? So he actually gets in trouble. He picks up arms. He does end up getting into different kinds of trouble. And he tries to evade the police, but eventually he's thrown in jail. And when he's thrown in jail, it's a time for introspection, isn't it? When you're alone, locked in a cell. At that time, a group of sevadals, devotees from a nearby samiti in Kozhikode, they show up there, they conduct bhajans. No transformation yet. This one wasn't that easy. A little bit more work needed to be done. One of the sevadals offers prasadam of orange to all the inmates. And he hands an orange to this boy. His name is Philip Matthew Prasad. He offers him an orange. He's angered. He's seething from within. He picks up the orange. As the sevadal turns around, he flings it at him. It hits him on the head. The sevadal, he rubs his head, picks up the orange, turns and looks at this boy. And he just smiles. No words exchanged. He leaves. That night, this young man goes back to his cell and he's chanting the Lord's Prayer. All these years he had given up God. He's chanting the Lord's Prayer. And the transformation occurred. Long story short, it's a beautiful story. Long story short, Swami enters his life. He decides to turn his life around. He says, yes, I'm fighting, but I have to fight the right way. He ends up studying. He becomes a lawyer. And he says, this is how I will get justice for these oppressed people. And Swami enters his life. He goes to see Swami. It's a beautiful story of how Swami enters his life. When he goes there, Swami calls him for an interview with his entire family. And Swami is giving him so much love. Swami tells him, let go of this guilt. Swami materialized something for every member in the family. And Swami sends him. But the story is, he goes around talking about Swami as his mentor and guru. And he goes to that same city, Kozhikode, where he was thrown in prison. And he shares the story. An elderly gentleman comes up to him and asks him to join him for a cup of coffee. And when he's drinking coffee with him in his home, the gentleman says, remember you mentioned about a man giving you an orange and you flinging? Yes, that's what caused this transformation. He says, that man was me. And he says, that day when I turned around and saw, I did not see an angry young man. I saw a sad child. And he says, I prayed to Swami. I said, Swami, enter this man's life, enter this child's life and transform him. Make him love you. Make him a good citizen and let him do good work. Maybe someday I'll sit with him and have coffee and we'll talk about you. That is exactly what they were doing. When Swami enters your life is transformed. Just like that. Now, we've heard stories of a thief and atheist. Now, these are monumental transformations. Yesterday, when we were in the Adoration workshop, Brother Philip, I don't know if you're here, Brother Peter, I think, he shared how He's from here in Africa, and he shared how before he came to know of Swami, he was a meat eater, he used to drink and he used to smoke. But when he came to know of Swami, he dropped all of that cold turkey. Is that not a story of transformation? That too is a story of transformation. It is not enough that we call ourselves devotees. Swami said, Swami should call you as devotees. And Swami describes, he says, Manchi cheddalu kuda samamuga bhavinchuchundate bhakti naku. My definition of devotion is, and before somebody shared just before this, you should treat Sister Vahini, I think. I feel like most of my talking points have already been covered, but it's just reinforcing. Swami wants us to hear some things over and over again. Swami says you should be able to see good and bad the same way. Have that equanimity. It's very, very important. He says, that is my definition of devotion. It is not important how long we've been with Swami. It's important how much we've absorbed Swami's teachings. I would like to conclude with a prayer given by Swami to Dr. Hislop. It's a prayer for all spiritual aspirants. For those in this hall that know this prayer, please join me and let's chant together. O Lord, take my love and let it flow in fullness of devotion to Thee. O Lord, take my hands and let them work incessantly for Thee. O Lord, take my soul and let it be merged in one with Thee. O Lord, take my mind and thoughts and let them be in tune with Thee. O Lord, take my everything and let me be an instrument to work. Jai Sai Ram.
Thank you so much, Anu Auntie, for those wonderful stories of your family, your grandmother, mother, your aunts, and how they came to Sai. What in particular resonated with me, how is at Anantapur, it came that you recognize everything as God's work. You didn't distinguish between your different responsibilities. And this is, I think, something many of us young adults can certainly implement at school or work. So our next speaker has certainly embodied this principle, seeing everything as God's work. He's dedicated his youth and adult years to Bhagawan and Bhagawan's mission. And we heard from him yesterday, and we're so happy and lucky to hear from him again. I'm talking about Brother Arvind Balasubramanya. So Brother Arvind comes from a family that has been devoted to Swami for nearly half a century. He graduated from the Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning, completed his Bachelor's of Science, earned a gold medal, completed his Master's in Chemistry there, as well as his MBA. He worked for Radio Sai from 2007 to 2021. And just over a month ago at our regional retreat, I learned about the various obstacles and hurdles that he had to overcome in landing that job. And it was a very entertaining story. However, I also learned that Brother Arvind also authored numerous books about Swami and his experiences with Swami. He was Swami's photographer. Arvind gave me numerous tips on how to properly video, so I appreciate that. I found them very helpful. And he's now dedicated his life to sharing Swami's teachings through various media platforms, which I'm sure many of us are familiar with. He has this uncanny ability to transcend age barriers. So whether you're 18 or 80, I think we all can learn something from the things that Arvind says, and something we can all take away from that. And unfortunately today, there's only 30 minutes he has to share with us, but I can guarantee those 30 minutes will be action-packed and filled with very wonderful memories and stories. So without further delay, let's welcome Brother Arvind to the podium.
Om Shri Sai Ram. I offer my most humble pranams at Bhagawan's lotus feet. Dearest Swami, respected elders, dear brothers and sisters. I remember an Indian waterproof product advertisement. It was a funny one, that's why I remember it. There is this dying father and he has written his will. And the youngest son comes and sees that the amount of money that is being left for him is a few zeros lesser than what he expected. And so he goes to his dying father who is on life support and he may pass away any moment. He wakes him up, father, puts a hand puts a pen into his hand and makes him add one more zero to his name. And then tells him to add one more. And he adds 5 zeros, and now the youngest son is getting the maximum. And he's so happy, he kisses his father, and the father dies. But there is not much sorrow in the son because he's so happy he got what he achieved. And he's walking out triumphantly to go to the lawyer to say that things have changed, when there's a leaking pipe at his home and a drop of water falls on the one that's in the beginning of that and wipes it away. And he's left with 9 zeros now. Of course, the advertisement said, therefore, use this product and don't, you don't lose your life earnings. But the humor is amazing. The poignancy of the ad was something phenomenal for me, because this is what Swami keeps saying, that all your life, we keep trying to accumulate zeros and zeros and zeros, forgetting Sai is the hero. That was the opening song, right? Before we did the flag march. Truth is the hero, truth is the friend, Sai is the hero, Sai is the friend. We forget that one, and we are left with zeros when the end comes. What we should do is give up all the zeros to hold on to that one. But giving up the zeros is not easy. Need not give up so many zeros. 3 zeros. The 3 zeros. What are the 3 zeros? The zero of wealth. The zero of relationships and attachments. The zero of reputation. There was a lady who had studied Swami's works and words and scriptures. And she was acquainted with this fact, with this concept of the 3 zeros. So when she got an interview with Swami, Swami asked, what do you want? And she said, Swami, mujhe kuch nahi chahiye, bas Sai Krupa chahiye. I don't want anything, Swami, I just want your grace. And Swami said, I also don't want anything, I just want the 3 zeros. And she said, Swami, please let me, it's not easy, because she knew the 3 zeros, what they mean. And when we listen to the examples, for instance, during one of the talk, when I was sharing about Mirabai, many were inspired. I was myself inspired. I had a few tears in my eyes. A few people in the audience had tears in their eyes. And then came the question, who among you wants to be Mirabai? Come on. No, that's nice. Mirabai is nice to adore and admire and appreciate. I don't want to drink poison and all, We want to have some nice idli sambar with multiple chutneys, correct? We have been treated to that. It's not easy. It is not easy. I'm reminded of, the story of a son of this very soil, Mr. Victor Kanu. He was extremely successful, well settled in London, not lacking in anything, resources, position, power, authority, very happy. And that was when Swami went to him. How it happened is very interesting. Very briefly, he had a dream in which 2 angels came and picked him up and took him across the skies to some strange land which was pink, yellow, and blue, and showed him some entrance, and it was a nice feeling. And his jaw dropped in amazement when he realized that such a place exists, when he visited Puttaparthi in 1989. Oh, this is the place. He was so stunned and amazed. And that was his introduction to Swami. He had a few darshans. That's it. He considered Swami as his ultimate. He said, Swami, I want nothing, but I want you. That's all. And then Swami asked him for 1 zero. In the July of 1989, Swami gave him and his wife an interview. And in the course of that interview, when he said, Swami, I just want your grace, Swami said, then just do this. What, Swami? Swami said, go to Zambia and start a school. Huh? He's in London. Go to Zambia and start a school. But he was a man of few words in Swami's presence. So he said, yes, Swami. But then, as he himself recalls, he started wondering, how on earth will I do this? I'm in a very well settled, well comfortable, everything is fine. And you're coming and plucking out everything. I don't know what job I'll do in Zambia. I'm not a person who builds. Where will I get the funds? That will, so in London, at least, if you had told, I would have tried. You're telling me to go to Zambia and start this. But at that very moment, in the interview room, he remembered a story from the Bible. You know, this is again Swami's blessings. When we lead a life thinking about Swami, contemplating on him, yearning for God, the great boon that we get is at the correct moments in our life, the correct thoughts will come in the head. And sitting in the interview room in front of Swami when he was wondering, see, the mind is very fast. So all this happened in few seconds. I'm narrating it over a few minutes. The story that comes to him is of a rich man who goes to Christ and says, Lord, tell me what to do. I'm ready to do anything you say. And Jesus tells him, just distribute all your wealth and follow me. And he said, no, except that I'll do anything else. He doesn't do that. And Mr. Victor Kanu, sitting in the interview room in front of Swami, remembered this. And he felt this was his Jesus telling him, you just follow me. He said, yes, Swami, we will do it. Swami, when? This year? Okay, Swami. Yeah, go to Zambia, start the school. And that was it. The interview is over. So dear brothers and sisters, many times we feel that, oh, you're so lucky you got interview, we didn't get interview. An interview is not always fun. Sometimes it comes with instructions you wish, how I wish I didn't get this interview. Oh God, my peaceful life is going to get disturbed now totally. It's going to get rampaged. But that's in a worldly sense. It's always a great, great blessing to get an interview. Because an interview with Swami is truly an inner view, where you get to realize what is the true purpose of life. The only purpose of life is to adore God. Nothing else matters. Everything else at best is a distraction. That's all. So as they're exiting the interview room, he says that his wife was a little more forthcoming. She turns and says, Swami, you just commanded us to do this. Where will the money come from? She thought she will put Swami in a spot of bother. Where do I get the money from? Without batting an eyelid, Swami said, sell your house and everything in London and you'll get the money. Oh, so, okay, Swami, said Victor Kanu, and they left. And that's what they did. In the December of 1989, yes, as he says, not just the home, the furniture, the vessels, the glass, everything that could be sold, they sold. With just the clothes on their body, they arrived to Zambia. The first zero. It's not about giving money. Yes, we have 10 million, we can give 1 million. If we have 10 million and the Lord says, give 1 billion, are we ready to say, yes, Swami? If you have told me to give, you will give me the strength to give. Recently, I had been to the United States for a couple of retreats. And one state, I had the privilege, if I may say, to stay for a couple of days at Dr. Reddy's home. I was very inspired with one incident that he narrated to me. You know, when I got to know of things, let me restrict it only to the financial contributions made. I asked, how is it that didn't you plan? You've got children, how can you just give away the money? Then he said, no, one day, Swami said, what for Narendra? He has enough money. And I was so amazed because he said, Swami has said he has enough money. Will I ever lack money in life? That is the kind of faith and conviction you need. When God gives a task, when God says something, it will come true. And that was a conviction that Victor Kanu had. That we will go, we will do. We will build a school in Zambia because Swami has said to build. When Rama told a monkey to jump across the ocean, the monkey jumped the ocean. Hanuman never had doubt in Rama's power. He had doubt in his own abilities, of course. He used to wonder. And that is why Jambavan comes and tells him, Hanuman, you can do it. But Hanuman said, no, I don't have to have the ability. Because the Lord doesn't call the qualified. He qualifies the called. We have all been called to this conference, to the organization. We wonder, how will we do? No, 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 no. Let us not look at God and say, Swami, I've got this big problem. Turn to that problem and say, hey, problem, I've got my Swami here. I've got my Swami here. And you know, as we see in the case of the Utiru school or the Kisaju school, you may start a school, but will people want to come there? They have no idea. They want to go to established, reputed schools with good track records already. A new school. I'm not going into the details of how the school came up in Zambia, but the school is not about the building. The school is about the students. Today when we heard the alumni from the school speak, how it was. We have not seen Kisaju school. We have not seen Utiru school. But we know what school they are because of the students. Swami would say, Deshamante matti kadu, Deshamante manushaloi. A country is not the mud of the country. A country is the people of the country. A school is not the building of the school. A school are the students. The end of education is character. So those students you're not getting to the Zambia school, what do? He went and picked up all the rejects. All the rejects. The schools, other schools are saying we don't want. These children are problematic. These children are failures. I will take them. I will take them. Because that is what Swami told him. Swami said, don't. Whoever needs, take them. Swami says, if you need me, you deserve me. Swami doesn't see whom I need for my mission. No, no, no. If you need me for your life, I will come. That is the compassion of the Lord. That is the gift when we get. That is the gift we get when we are ready to give up the 3 zeros. They took the failure kids, transformed them. Within a couple of years, they were getting ranks in Zambia. The Zambian government called it the miracle school. The miracle school was an official title conferred on it. Brother Victor Kanu is at Swami's lotus feet. But if we can have a long distance conversation with him, I'm sure he'll have no regrets about what he did. In a moment, he just gave up everything to follow his Christ, the first zero. And he who humbles himself will be exalted. He's exalted. His life continues to be a beacon of inspiration for hundreds and thousands. The first zero, giving it up. And that is why, I feel very inspired and motivated when we think about Utiru school and Kisaju school. Possibly we didn't get an interview where Swami told us. But the very fact that we have been called into the organization, the very fact that we have got to know, each of us have to become a bit of that Victor Kanu and do our bit. Whether it's a Kisaju school, whether it's a school in Benin, whether it's the Utiru school, whichever. There are 11 schools in Africa, 11 in Latin America. We have to. Because it is Swami's. Dear Swami, anything. I have money, I will contribute. I have energy, I will contribute. I have ideas, I will contribute. I have time, I will contribute. Swami, I have none of these. I will contribute with my prayers. I will not pray just for myself. I will pray for those schools. And prayer has that power. We heard it when Sister Anu narrated those experiences. The power of thought and power of prayer. The first zero. The second zero. We may be ready to give up wealth, The second zero is harder to give up. Our influence, our power, our relationships, our friendships. Sister Anu spoke about one doctor. Let me speak about another doctor. Dr. C.G. Patel. He was instrumental in getting Swami to Africa. He came. And when Swami came to Africa, Swami traveled to Nairobi and then to Kampala, which is the capital city of Uganda. And at Dr. C.G. Patel's home, the president of Uganda, he was not the president at that time, Mr. Idi Amin came to visit. And when he visited, after he left, Swami told C.G. Patel, things are not fine. Wrap up everything and leave. And Dr. C.G. Patel wondered, what is Swami saying? What do you mean? Things are absolutely fine. And he was a very powerful and influential person because he was a personal physician to Idi Amin. That is the reason why Idi Amin came to visit Swami. He didn't come for Swami. My personal doctor is speaking so much about his guru. His guru has come. Let me go and visit him. That's all. But Swami told this to C.G. Patel. Swami told it even to Kishan Gadia. In fact, when Swami went to Kishan Gadia's home, Dr. Kishan Gadia's home, he offered him grapes. Swami was eating the grapes. And the Lord always speaks in riddles. People may wonder why. Because when we disobey Swami, when we disobey God, it's the greatest sin. So God will tell it in a riddle, in a slightly different way, so that if we disobey, at least he can forgive us saying, they didn't understand. That's why it's okay. That is the compassion of the Lord. But on those whom he has faith, Swami will directly tell, do this, because he knows he will give up his life, but do this. And that is why it's a great blessing when Swami directly speaks. And that is why we should seek that direct connection with Swami. Swami, please speak to me. I will do whatever you tell, Swami. You speak to me, directly to me. So to Kishan Gadia, Swami said, these grapes are very sweet, but soon they are going to turn sour. Be careful. Leave the land that has produced these grapes. Wondered, what is this? Every time after that, when Dr. C.G. Patel, in fact, Swami even said 1972, he gave 4 years time. But as Dr. C.G. Patel confesses, because Swami said some things he shifted, transferred out from Uganda back to India, but not everything. And 50%, in 1972, suddenly a decree was issued. All of you leave. Leaving behind, you can't take anything. You can't transfer your funds out of the country, can't liquidate anything, just get out. And he lost 50% of his property, he says. To the extent to which people listened to Swami, to that extent they benefited. Those who obeyed completely, benefited completely. Those who obeyed partially, benefited partially. Dr. C.G. Patel is a man of great devotion to Swami, great love for Swami. I'm not questioning that at all. But I'm just saying how difficult it is to give up your circle, your friends, your society. How can you give it up? It's so difficult. But that is the second zero that we wish we should be able to give up. If Swami says, yes, Swami, you are the most important. No relationship is as important as you. Swami gives the example of Vibhishna who gave up his brother, Bharata who gave up his mother, Prahalada who gave up his father when they came between him and God, her and God. God is first. And in fact, Swami says, in the tree of life, God is the root. What are the roots? Everything will be taken care of. Dear brothers and sisters, I suffered a lot from relationship problems, friendship, anything. I used to be very, very attached to people, friends, everybody. And I suffered so much. I have cried millions and millions of tears. And then, by Swami's blessings, good fortune, I got attached to Swami. And it's not like I lost all my relationships. Dear brothers and sisters, every relationship has become much more beautiful now. Because when we water the roots of the tree, the fruits will grow, the leaves will grow, the stem will grow, the tree will grow tall. The tree won't die, though you don't put even a drop of water anywhere. That is the power of loving God, adoration, devotion. When Swami is telling to give up the zero, he is doing it because he wants to give us infinity. Because once we connect to God, the whole world becomes the friend. Anywhere you go, people respond to the love of God in your heart. But yet, for this little mind to comprehend and give up, it's tough. And the toughest of all the 3 zeros, one's self-esteem and reputation. That is the third zero that is demanded. And Swami, in one of the discourses, gives the example from the Ramayana, which I will go into very briefly because it is possible that many people don't know the Ramayana. But in the Ramayana, one of the queens of the king tells, don't make Rama, who is the God incarnate, as the king. Send him to the forest. And that queen, Kaikeyi, is today criticized and condemned as the worst lady. Nobody in India will ever name a lady or a girl as Kaikeyi because she is the evil one. She is against God. But Swami reveals Swami reveals means it is Rama, it is the Lord revealing, it's the autobiography. The Ramakatha Rasavahinis. During the 1996 summer course, Swami revealed. Swami says, Rama goes to Kaikeyi and says, Mother, among the three, she's a stepmother for him. But he says, Mother, you love me the most. Can you do me a small favor? She says, I'll do anything for you, Rama. And he says, it's not an easy thing because it will result in your name getting damaged and destroyed. She says, no problem. If that is what you want, I will do it. Says, Mother, I mean, he doesn't get emotional. He says, Mother, I didn't come here to rule Ayodhya and have fun. I've got some job to do. I have to go to Lanka and kill that guy. I mean, Swami didn't tell it like this. I'm saying it. So please, make something and send me to the forest. How, Rama? You remember you had asked 2 boons from your husband? Yeah. Use those 2 boons. Use one to send me. And the other one, yeah, maybe make Bharata the king. It's good. This is what Rama tells. And she says, I'll do it. Because even whether you read Valmiki Ramayana or anything, you will read that afterwards, the one who repents the most and cries the most is Kaikeyi. We are all told that the maid servant came and poisoned Kaikeyi's mind. Just imagine if a maid servant comes and talks to you against your son. Will you throw your son out, throw the maid out? Huh? But, oh, the maid told and so she threw the son out and kept the maid. No. Because already, yeah, the maid servant is a story that happened. But Rama had already requested. And I was thinking, oh, Swami came and redeemed Kaikeyi. No, don't condemn Kaikeyi. I asked her, she did. She loves me the most. The third 0, are we ready to do that? Are we ready to stand by Swami, even if it means going against everything that we held dear and we felt is important? For a seat in a geographical place, we are ready to give up Swami's teachings. Oh, no, I want to be. Swami's teachings is not a matter of convenience. It is the only goal in life. When the end comes, we are not answerable to any person, any organization, anything in the universe. We stand face to face with Swami, and Swami look at us like this and say, did you follow me? Did we follow Swami or not? That's all is what matters. And God asks these. God asks these 3 zeros from us not to test us. It is to educate us on what matters in life. Because I will conclude with this. Swami would come to the portico and say, there's one, say, a very big politician who has come to see Swami, or a businessman who has come, and he's waiting to get one word from Swami, and Swami doesn't even look at him or her and just comes walking out. And you think, oh, Swami didn't see that person. And this person is like, I want to get something from Swami. But Swami comes and starts talking to the students. And possibly that VIP there is thinking, oh, Swami is giving some Brahma Vidya there. But Swami is discussing idli vada sambar, size of the idli, size of the vada. And we all think, oh, Swami didn't notice that that person is there. That's why he's coming and talking to us. But then Swami says, you know that person? He's so and so. Very powerful. He's this. So Swami, you noticed. You noticed and yet you ignored. And in our little minds, foolishness, we would think, oh, Swami, this is the way you are showing them their place, that I am most important, you are not so important. But today I realize, Swami was telling us, you know that person, he's so powerful. There's nothing in the world that he can't do. You know that person is so rich. He can possibly buy up whole of Puttaparthi. But they have come to me like this. They have not come here to give me anything. They have come to take from me only. And I am giving myself to you. And that is what Swami was indirectly indicating. You know him, how powerful he is. I'm here talking idli vada with you. You know how rich he is. I'm here talking idli vada with you. This would happen especially with the MBA boys. Because MBA, Master of Business Administration, you want a career, you want this. That's why Swami named it Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Higher Learning. What is higher learning? Because we think higher learning means higher earning. No. For Swami, higher learning is higher yearning. Yearn for God. Because once we are ready to give up these 3 zeros, he gifts us the greatest, himself. And with that, we get the greatest objective, the sole objective that we are seeking in life, permanent happiness. Because this permanent happiness comes from nowhere else, but only in union with God. Dear Swami, we may ask you many, many things in our life to heal our diseases, to cure our relationships, to set things right. But dear Swami, that is because of our emotion we pray. Today, in our sane minds, with a clear heart, we are praying this, Swami. We pray for two things. The first, give us the strength to follow your word, to be on the path of dharma, and to do every activity as an offering to you. And the second, Swami, the love that you have blessed us with in our heart towards you, may that love keep growing stronger every passing moment. Thank you. Jai Sai Ram.
Thank you so much, Brother Arvind, for those amazing words. Your story about the school in Zambia, which was founded by Mr. Victor Kanu, the miracle of that school, and how we must have conviction in God's word was very inspiring. You challenged us also to stand behind God's word, even when it's difficult, which obviously is difficult, but that's something that we must try to do as much as possible. So with that, we will take a break for lunch. But before we do so, I will just go over the guidelines for the workshops. For those that weren't here yesterday, we'll have 3 groups. So on your delegate badge on the front, there will be either S, A, or I, and the number will be 1 through 7. So that corresponds to the location and the tent that you will be at. So if you're S, you will go to the 2nd floor terrace to the left. So as you exit upstairs to the left, you'll go there and then find the corresponding tent 1 through 7. If you are A, you will go in the dining hall when we finish lunch around 2:15. We'll begin the workshop. But as you exit the dining hall to the right on the garden, the right side of the garden is for A, and 1 through 7, please find the tent. And then the left side of the garden is for I, 1 through 7. So the facilitators, they won't be meeting after this session. We'll just go straight to lunch. But remember that the facilitator will be changing locations. So service will go from the terrace to the right garden to adoration. The adoration will go to illumination, and illumination will go to service. So just basically, in short, the facilitators will be changing location, but everyone else will be staying in the same place. And with that, we'll break for lunch. I'll chant Pramarpanam, and yes, we'll do that. All right. Om Brahmarpanam Brahmahavir Brahmagno Brahmanahutam Brahmaivatena Ganthavyam Brahmakarma Samadhinaha Aham Vaishwanaro Bhutva Praninam Dehamashitaha Pranapana Samayuktaha Pachamyannam Chadurvidam. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Sorry, everyone. Please, at 2:15, go to the workshop, and then after an hour and 20 minutes, so around 3:30, we'll come back here and continue the day's proceedings. Sarah.